everyone to the January 3rd, 2011 meeting of the Goffstown Board of Selectmen. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Selectman Forney, would you mind leading us?
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, before we get started, I'd like to wish all of my peers and everyone in the room a very happy and healthy New Year. Hopefully everyone didn't overindulge over the holidays like I did. So, anyway, so we'll start off with the acceptance. We have two sets of minutes to approve. The first is December 13th. So with that, do I have a motion to accept those minutes with or without corrections?
Motion to accept with corrections.
I'll second that.
Okay, and do you mind just
Sure.
letting us know which?
Page 11.
Okay.
I don't know if you have
We
the
don't
minutes
have
in your
copies
packet.
in
I have
They're on
copies,
the
so I
web.
can follow.
I'll
Oh,
pull
okay,
them
but
up.
everyone else doesn't? Okay.
They can see it online
Yep.
if they want.
Okay. I'll call them up here for you.
Fire away.
First paragraph, middle of the paragraph, says Selectman Campusano said it would be students at the high school who are coming from Manchester and want to play would pay a non-resident fee versus a high school student who comes from New Boston or Dunbarton would be entitled to the resident fee because they are going to school here as well. And I believe there wasn't going to be a fee for residents. So my point there was that students coming in from outside the school district to play would be
They'd be
subject to that
categorized
resident fee, and
as
students that are here, even though they're out from outside of Goffstown, but they're playing, they're within the school district, would not be paying that fee.
That was your opinion. That was not what was their intent.
No, but that's the statement that I was
Exactly.
saying. I
Is it
understand.
1213 or 1220?
These are the 12-13.
So how would you like to have that reflected then?
Student who comes from New Boston or Dunbarton would not be paying a fee because they are going here as well. And then on page 24,
I'm sorry, but I'm confused on it. But I don't think that,
this was the statement that I was saying that in my mind, we would charge a non-resident fee to a student coming from outside of the school district. In other words, if Parks had fees,
Okay.
and there was a student coming from, let's say, Manchester, where they're not here in school, they would be subject to that fee.
okay.
And then on page 24, the second paragraph, that whole section where we talked about the STAG grant, and it said Chairman Gross moved, Vice Chairman Devanza seconded to apply for STAG money for that cost. Are we actually applying for that, or we're just utilizing that?
Well, I think you used the word apply in the sense of not to,
Apply STAG grant to that,
to use it.
but we're not applying for a grant.
Okay, so you would like to change the word?
No, just take out the word for.
But we're
We're
not, we were,
applying for,
we're applying STAG money to those,
Okay.
When you use the word
fees.
So in the
using,
motion, just take out the word for before stag?
yes,
or just change that to using STAG money.
using
for-
STAG
That
money,
might
thank
be
you.
better.
Because we're not applying for
Using
anything.
STAG.
Right.
Okay.
And that was all I had.
Okay, any other changes on the December 13th minutes? Not hearing any. All those in favor of approving the minutes with the corrections as noted, please say aye. Aye. That's, and any nays? So were you a yea or a nay on that one?
Aye.
You're a yea, okay, that's 5-0. Okay, next would be December 20th.
Motion to accept?
Motion to accept, do I have a second?
And seconded.
Selectman Pierce seconds. Are there any corrections on the December 20th minutes? Okay, not hearing any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0 as well. All right, next is announcements. And I do have an announcement. This comes from our town clerk's office. And just want to let residents know that the filing period for town officials begins Wednesday, January 19th, and it closes on Friday, January 28th at 5 p.m. And I will read to you the following town office vacancies. Selectmen, there is one opening, and that is for a 3-year term from 2011 to 2014. Budget Committee, there are 4 openings. Those are 4 openings for a 3-year term, again, from 11 to 2014. And there's also one opening, and that is just for 1 year, and that is from 2011 to 2012. Cemetery trustees, one opening for a 3-year term. Library trustees, there are 3 openings for a 3-year term and 1 opening for a 1-year term. Planning board, there are 2 openings for a 3-year term. Sewer commission, 1 opening for a 3-year term. Town clerk, 1 opening for a 3-year term. Trustee of the trust funds, 1 opening, 3-year term. And lastly, zoning board of adjustment, 2 openings for a 3-year term. And to let you folks know that the town clerk's office is open from 8 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. The last day again to file will be on January 28th, and the office will be open until 5 p.m. that day. If you have any questions, contact the town clerk, Kathy Ball, by email at cball@goffstownnh.gov, or you can call at 497-8990, extension 109. And declaration of candidacy forms are available at goffstown.com, so you can go on the web and get that information as well. All right, I think what we'll do is we're gonna go right now to the town administrator's report, which is somewhat small.
Abbreviated,
Yeah.
the consensus folder for
Yeah.
you. AP warrants, employee status forms, merit increase for a EMTI, veterans tax credit for map 14 lot 37 and map 15 lot 85, and the 2011 recreational trails program grant application, letter of support, and landowner permission for trail improvement, and 2 sympathy cards are in your consensus folder.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve, do we have a second? Selectman Fournier seconds, any questions? All those in favor of accepting the consensus folder say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, and just so the public knows, at 7 o'clock, we'll be having a public hearing, and that is for the acceptance of open space land from the Blackbriar subdivision, which is map 9, lots 33-7 and lot 46 and 60. So that'll be held at 7 o'clock. So if anyone would like to come down and voice their opinion on that, please come down prior to 7 o'clock. All right, what we'll do first is there a preference for the board whether to tackle warrant articles, or would you like to tackle the budget first? What would you like to proceed with?
Warrant articles.
We'll go warrant
minus-
articles.
Minus the one about.
The budget.
Budget.
Okay, so that's what we'll do.
Whoever speaks first, that's right.
Is that all right?
That's right.
I don't know, it seems to me like we're putting the cart before the horse. There's warrant articles on here that we haven't even discussed in,
Yeah,
That's why we're discussing them, right?
that's what we're discussing them now. We may go back to warrant articles after we talk about the budget too, I don't know.
well, I just have a concern that there's some things that are on there that are not public discussion.
Right, and that's what was,
We'll bypass those.
Right,
well, I'll just skip
they're
over
just
those.
placeholders.
They're
They're
placeholders.
placeholders right now.
Yeah,
okay.
Nick raised the same issue before the meeting started, so. And just for the public's knowledge, there are articles, they have to do with collective bargaining agreements, of which we are currently still in negotiations on those. So, but they are listed on here, but we'll skip over those because we haven't taken a position on them, for they're still in negotiation, so. Okay, so let's just kind of go through these. The first one will be the budget, which is Article number 1.
And these
Mr.
will be
Chairman.
renumbered.
Yep.
These will be all renumbered.
Yes.
The numbers you're using this
Are
evening.
just simply for
is
us.
Simply for this discussion.
Right.
here.
The next item would be a collective bargaining unit, so we're gonna bypass that. We're going 3
Yeah,
on
I
our
was
list is collective bargaining, 4 is collective bargaining, and 5 is collective bargaining. Okay,
6 you'll probably skip right now, too.
and we'll skip 6 too. So now, again, some of these, I'm gonna kind of go over, let's go 7 and 8. I have to agree with Selectman Devanza to an extent. This may be difficult for us to have these conversations, because I think we have to kind of frame this in terms of what we are doing with the budget, because we really haven't even taken a position as to whether or not they are gonna even be on the warrant. I mean, they're there as a placeholder, obviously, but, if, with the board's indulgence, maybe we go to the budget, because,
Go to at least the CIP items in the
yeah,
budget?
well,
Would you help me understand why the next two draft articles dealing with the equipment, vehicle replacement?
yeah, I'm gonna.
Isn't that a separate decision?
Yeah, and I'm gonna, if I could, I'm just gonna lay out, 2 meetings ago, I had stated that we need to think about how we're gonna handle, our budget and what we're gonna do. We presented a budget to the budget committee. The budget committee, cut about $1.86 million from the board's budget. The vast majority of that were in CIP capital items, and I think the board has, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have a couple of different options, maybe 3. One, we would accept the budget committee's recommendation and proceed with their budget. 2, we could go to public hearing and advise the budget committee that we disagree with their budget and recommend our budget. 3, we could come up with an alternative budget, which is not our original budget and not the budget committee's budget, but some other number. And the other one is we could entertain the possibility of what was done here, and that is putting forward warrant articles.
How does, excuse me, but how does number 3 option, it doesn't get on the warrant?
It wouldn't. It would go to, the only way it gets on the warrant is after the deliberative session.
Yes.
And then lastly, again, I'm just trying to think of all possibilities. That is, you could have separate articles for your capital, some of your bigger pieces of equipment, like a fire engine, which is, $550,000. You could technically have that as a placeholder, try to amend your budget if the board wanted to do that. If that was successful at deliberative session, then you would subsequently amend at the deliberative session, the others making those zero.
Zeroing them.
Right. So that's the fit, I don't know, I know there's a lot of different routes to go, but I just wanted to lay out, all of the different options, that are out there. So, I think that's kind of the discussion that we really, need to have. And, well, first and foremost is does the board wish to proceed with the budget committee recommendation? And
I'll say no. We need to have a discussion on sticking with our original proposal or something close to it, and how do we manage that through the public hearings and the deliberative session.
Okay. Anyone else wish to be heard on that? I need to take guidance from the board. Phil, I'll go around, do you wish to accept the budget committee's number, or?
I don't believe it's a responsible budget.
Okay. Steve?
I stand with Phil. I think it's, that I would not be in favor of their budget.
Okay. Nick?
I'd like to review it and, again, see what needs to be put back in, what was taken out that shouldn't have been.
Okay.
So I'd like to at least have a chance to examine it again. And
Okay, and we have copies of it. Sue did a spreadsheet, and I also have what actions they took. Myself, I am of the same, I don't think the budget that we did present was done knowing what the economic conditions were. It was done knowing what our needs are in our community, not just the services that we provide, but also in terms of the capital costs that we have, and we've done a lot of deferrals over the years. So, I would be, I'm not in favor of the budget committee's budget number, but yeah, I don't think that it hurts to kind of revisit what they did. So if that's okay, we can start that as a starting point. And also, it may help those who might be watching on television or for the record to kind of show where those cuts were made and the rationale behind the cuts.
Okay. Well, continuing the point of discussion we're up to is the Warren article, and we can certainly bypass our draft articles 1 through 8 and continue. The rest seem to be
Okay.
not particularly controversial or of a budget
Okay.
nature.
I'm fine with that. So, that being the case, then,
Draft Article 9, Mr. Chairman, is overcome by events and not necessary.
okay, so,
That was a concept of providing a potential match for rail trail grants that, was discussed maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
On the 22nd, we discussed it.
Well, that's down under
right.
another
So,
article.
articles, what we have here is number 9.
Are we on a budget?
Are we do budget,
no.
or are we doing articles?
I think what Selectman Pierce, what his train of thought was that he believes that we could go through all of these, because up until
They're non-budget.
9, they're non-budget. We can go back and tackle that.
Can I-
So, yeah,
If I may, with all due respect, do we have a time limit on budget articles versus non-budget articles? When do
Budget
budget
submission-
articles have to be done?
Budget submission deadline is the 11th,
And when do non-budget commit articles need to be on?
before you draft your warrant, and it has to be posted last Monday, January.
So as a suggestion, if we're gonna take time tonight,
That's good.
Focus
let's
on
let's
the budget
discuss
ones.
budget articles.
fine. Okay, so that being the case, I will go to
Thank you, Nick.
the spreadsheet that Sue, if you can bring that up.
5A2 in your packets also, if you want to work off hard copy. He's got it in the packet, yeah.
All right. Okay.
So the budget committee's budget is how much less than last year's?
I have it at, hold on, I'm gonna bring up your
think
spreadsheet
it's
is much
mine.
easier than,
$1,676,088 less than last year's
do you
budget.
wanna repeat that number?
$1,676,088 less than last year's budget.
Okay, I'm just gonna kinda go through this. This is the spreadsheet that you gave, it's called expense summary. All right?
This was from Dan, I took Dan's, this is what
Right,
he
I'm
emailed.
just, so we're on the same page, Sue?
The
This
same
is what
one?
I'm
Yep.
looking at.
Yep, that's the
Okay,
same one
right.
that's in the packet too.
Yep. Okay.
I just didn't do color.
Well, the other thing too is I don't have page on, I don't think on mine, I don't have page 1.
You don't?
No. I just have
Me
such a
either.
debt service.
I've got it. You have, yeah, you
General
have
fund.
admin.
What's yours say?
General fund. It's the one that the tab is on.
Hold on.
Maybe that's why.
I have it.
Tab should say 5A2.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, hold on. There it is, okay. Got it. All right, so as we go through that, Sue, on page 2,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same, it says total budget. And that's the BC adjustment, Budget Committee adjustment,
Yes.
$1,861,081.
Yes, that's an adjustment, I believe, to the Board of Selectmen's proposed
Correct.
budget.
Right,
The number I used previously was in
Right.
comparison to 2010 budget.
right. Okay. So let's just kind of go through some of the, we'll go through it kind of line by line, because there are adjustments that the Budget Committee made. In the Board of Selectmen, we'll go start with Town Clerk. Board of Selectmen proposed a budget of $191,673, but there were no changes there from the Budget Committee, and that represented a 2.6% increase. Election. Board of Selectmen had a $45,719, Budget Committee, no adjustment. That represented a decrease over the 2010 budget. That was largely because we have fewer elections.
Correct.
Finance, we had proposed a budget of $287,381. The Budget Committee came forward with $269,656 for an adjustment, downward adjustment of $17,725. Now, that one, if I'm not mistaken, that was the revenue collection.
Yes.
And the thing that we had done there is the board, in our budget, we put forth a budget that was going to reduce a part-time position. So we were eliminating a part-time position from Town Hall in the building department. And we were looking to create a revenue collection which would make us more efficient so that we could restructure some of the walls, so that we would have 3, 4, 5 people who could handle a multitude of duties to facilitate that. That was kind of our rationale. So we were giving up a position, but we were also hopeful to have a one-time expenditure to make ourselves more efficient so that we can have more people, all hands on deck type of thing, rather than the way that it is right now where it's very cut up in Town Hall. We
You're
have
gonna have a
different
revenue
rooms.
collection office
Right.
combining tax and town.
So,
Tax and town clerk, so where does building come into this?
building came in because that was the one position that we eliminated, a part-time position.
Right, I think that
in
was
building.
associated with the revenue collection, though.
I do, I voted for it because I felt that we could rearrange some bodies, and be more creative in terms of our labor here. But in doing so, we would have a one-time expense where we would, be able to take down a few walls to make us more efficient, so.
Revenues that were being collected by that office would be collected by revenue collection if there were 4 people in there. I think that was your tie-in.
It was for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but,
Question?
yeah.
So if we don't go forward with the revenue collection, is the position back in?
Well, that was when I went forward with this, I went forward with it with the notion that we were, obviously making a difficult decision here, but we were trying to be more efficient with our resources, and we would go down a part-time person, but allow us to change our facility structure so much to allow us to deal with that being down, that person, so that we'd be able to utilize that.
I
So that's why-
understand that, but my
Yeah.
question is, if the budget committee does not agree with the revenue collection department, and they take the money out that we were gonna use for the revenue, to make the changes for the revenue collection, did they put the part-time person back in?
No. No.
So we're still gonna operate, we're not gonna operate with the revenue collection, but we're still gonna operate the way we are with one less person.
Correct. And
So that's even more inefficient.
correct. That's my point. That was my point. I only speak for myself.
Question.
Yes.
Furniture and fixtures included renovations?
Yes, for that revenue collection office.
So the majority of the reduction in the finance department was took away our ability to put furniture and fixtures in this newly renovated area
Do the
for
construction,
revenue collection.
Yes.
Right, so I'm only gonna speak for myself. When I supported this at our level, I did support, going down a part-time person and whatever associated benefits that might have, knowing that for a $17,000 one-time expense, we would be able to restructure how we do our business here, knowing that over the next, couple of years, while building was still somewhat slow, we would be able to not only recoup that $17,000, even in year 1, because I think our net savings was to the tune of $40,000, if I'm not mistaken. So not only would we recoup that in year 1, but in years 2 and 3, if we didn't fill that position until things started to pick up, we would one, be more efficient because we're able to restructure ourselves, and two, we would, over a 2 or 3 year period, we might, have a savings of about $80,000. That's why I did that. Now what we're saying is, no, we're not gonna redo it, we're not gonna redo the space, but then how do we gain the efficiencies?
How did you, we haven't made a decision not to redo the
No, we haven't, the
space.
budget committee did, right. But the money, I mean, that's part of the budget process.
That's not stopping us
Correct.
from renovating,
I understand that.
just doesn't provide as much money.
Right.
Sounds like you get some volunteering.
Well, we also have to keep in mind that, the $17,000 cost, if that was a contractor, it would be a heck of a lot more. We
Right, this
have.
was in-house, and
right.
this was for materials.
So that in and of itself is, kind of the bulk of that, finance piece. Administration, that was a
Some
two.
Excuse me,
Publications.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
maybe I'm missing something here, but are we going to decide whether this is an expense
Yes.
we'd like to put back into the budget?
What I think, I could do that individually, or we could,
Go by department?
go by department.
Yeah.
How do you wanna proceed?
I have a question,
Yeah.
which is a follow-up to the question that I had previously. They adjusted the budget downward $17,725. They did not put the position back in.
Right.
Now, if we go forward without making the renovations with that money, are we going to go keep that position eliminated, or are we going to fund that position?
If you're asking me personally, or are you asking?
Well,
that
as a
rhetorical
board,
question?
I mean, I guess I'm asking this question because, I mean, I personally don't have a problem with saying, well, let's not do the revenue collection. But if we're not gonna do the revenue collection, we need to have the discussion, what about the position that we eliminated that we were going to not need if we had the revenue collection? Because if we don't have the revenue collection, how are we gonna function without that position? I guess the reason why I'm asking that is because the building department is been getting busier.
Okay. Nick, you wanna respond?
Well, no, if memory serves me, they were two separate discussions that we had during the budget hearing. Sue, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the two being linked to the revenue collection. I think one was the elimination of a part-time position because of the slowness in the building department, and
That was part of it, but I think, I see the connection that Scott's making is that office obviously collects revenues. When you move to a revenue collection office, all the revenues are collected by that office.
oh, I understand the end result,
Lessen the
but
burden, so that if you're lacking a person there, there's less work there in that office, too. But you're right, building was down, and then as soon as we presented that budget in October, building had its highest month.
right, but if, I remember those being two separate discussions. I don't remember we're going to a revenue collection office so we can eliminate a part-time position. At the time, I don't remember them being linked.
I do. I mean, I know that's how I felt. I mean, I can check the minutes to see if it was reflected in that manner, but I know that was my sentiment, was if we're going to kind of change the business as usual and we're trying to be more efficient and do more with less people, then you have to, kind of structure yourself. And it's no different than, if you were to buy a piece of new computer, you're buying new software, which will allow you to, to do more using the software or computer technology versus having a human body, doing it. So you might want to spend X amount of money on the software, knowing that, we'd be able to save some time. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we went to opening up, GIS and tax records, et cetera, was so that we would have less transaction time at the counter. More people would get that information and we lost some revenue in the process, but it was freeing up time for employees to do other things. So, Steve, you wanted to
Just want to chime
comment?
in regarding what Phil's saying. That position's salary is not in our budget or the budget committee's
Right.
budget. So it's not a question of what do we put, where that salary would come from. The question is just the $17,000. I just want to make, try and simplify that one a little bit. It's not in our budget, it's not in their budget, and the thing was 17,000 was removed from our budget by the budget committee, and the question is, how do we wanna address that 17,000, which was hopefully to, like you say, make the adjustments so we could put it all in one spot.
Right.
But it's not about this person's salary.
Anyone else wanna comment?
Well, I guess maybe that's where I'm kind of confused. And where I'm kind of confused is, when I ask about going line by line, I'm saying that we're addressing line by line. But yet, I'm looking at line 41502 is administration, which is comprised of many, many different lines. And all I have is a number.
The detail is behind. You have the detail behind it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess,
You wanna discuss each specific line, not the summary sheet?
no, I guess what Steve is saying, that it's $17,725 is what the budget committee's taken out. But I guess my question is, what comprises the $17,725? Because there are multiple lines that make up that number.
There are two lines.
There's two lines.
Okay.
17,273 is the furniture and fixture line, and 452 is
It's not-
employee development?
Yeah, it's not salary, the salary lines have gone on that one. The person's position is not in either budget, so we're just talking, as she said,
Okay,
the
okay.
training and the piece, so that's why I was trying to get at that. When you're saying, hey, do we put the person back in both
Okay,
budgets,
okay,
that
I'm-
position's not there, it's just a
All right,
matter of
but-
the
That
renovations money.
That position is reflected in 42,400, building inspection / health, where it saw a decrease of 27%.
Okay.
Because we eliminated a
Okay,
part-time position.
So my question then is, that position is not reflected in that 17,725.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
not in that number.
That is correct.
Correct.
The 17,000 was to provide the equipment and fixtures necessary in a
Okay.
renovated space, so that the revenue collection activity could be
Right.
more
Streamlined.
efficiently operated. Good thing to do.
All right, yes, Nick.
Next question.
So do we
So
need
my
the money?
assumption would be if we somehow were to reinstate that $17,000, we would renovate that space upstairs and get the equipment for a revenue collection office.
Correct.
Yes,
That's enough money.
Yes, because the,
it's just the buying materials.
Let's
Dave
clarify that,
Roberge,
yeah.
who is pretty talented, he would be doing the bulk of the work.
I'm sure everyone realizes 17,000 doesn't bring
Right.
bring someone in.
We can start to, to take motions. I don't have a problem, with doing that if we want to. But there aren't that many lines here, folks, so in terms of, we go by the
And the
code
backup,
lines.
if you wanna see the backup.
You wanna see the
it's
backup, you see the backup,
yeah.
but, yes, Nick?
Could we kind of go through the whole thing first to see where we are versus making motions here and there?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a little star next to that one,
That's 17,000.
okay? And again, not to diminish a $200 adjustment or a $500, I'm not gonna diminish that. I'm sure that means a lot to a different line or to a different, but I'm just trying to, take a look at some of the bigger ones. Next one, there are, as you can see, an admin at $200 adjustment, in tax collection a $500 adjustment, and then in reval of property a $900 adjustment. The next bigger one is in IT, a $5,700 downward adjustment.
And 5,000 of that was in computer hardware, because I believe the budget committee was just looking at laptops and printers, and
Right.
they weren't looking, anything that IT has to buy that isn't like an office supply or something, even if it's a network cable or a server rack, anything like that, that comes out of this line.
All right. Next was in planning, zoning, and economic development. That was a $4,870 reduction.
And I think
Three
most
in
of that
employee development,
was employee development.
Right.
2,500 in economic.
Right.
Someone was gonna start a degree program, and that
Okay.
was cut.
Then, I wanna you know, be fair here, we got a $650 decrease
Oh.
in other government.
Oh, on economic development,
Yeah.
2,500?
Yeah.
The rationale was it wasn't spent, but we're still waiting for the final bill, because the website isn't done yet. There's still pieces,
Right.
components that haven't been done. So that has been, spent, thank you.
Okay.
Looking for the other word, but.
As we go down, building, health inspection, that was reduced by $650, but I also need to make everyone aware, though, that that actually went down over, about almost $40,000 from the 2010 budget, simply because we eliminated a part-time position with some benefits, so, that was that. And then on the flip side, the Budget Committee increased PEG TV's budget by $3,943. I'm putting an asterisk next to that. We can certainly discuss, was there a need, what was the rationale, you know, for that?
So they basically put in the department head requests for that? Is that what they did?
Right.
No, they put in the department head request. And just as a reminder, the board, because it was so long ago, but when the department head put their request in for non-union positions, they included steps and a 2% COLA. So now they have reinstated
Right,
that
right.
step and 2% COLA for GTV and the library, I
Yep.
believe, you'll see.
Okay. As we go through, next is Public Works, and it's cemetery operations. That was a decrease of $6,700, and I think that was
Improvements to
mostly in
buildings.
improvements to buildings
Supplies.
and supplies. The next big one was Public Works operations. That was a decrease of $83,880. And that was over many different lines.
Starting with clothing.
Clothing and uniforms, $10,000 reduction. Employee development, $2,400 reduction. Travel expenses, almost a $1,500 reduction. Consulting contracted services, $10,000. I think that was for the light, I have to double check my notes. I think that was for a light, controller? Signal controller,
Signals
yeah.
Bernard Bill.
That's what I had in my
Bernard
notes.
Street?
Yes.
Yes.
A replacement to replace the controller for the traffic
Oh,
lights.
scratch that, that's not it. That was the next one, the next line, I apologize. Let me get my
Next
notes.
line. Oh, traffic
Traffic
light
light.
That was
repair,
traffic light. Hold on.
10,000. So we back up consulting services -10, and also traffic lights -10,000.
Hold on a second, I'll get it.
Are you still on 45030? You're still,
Yeah, 45030 consulting, and
okay, that's
and
what
that
you're
was
showing,
one
okay.
of which said past spending doesn't justify request. So we should probably take a look at that one to see if it does or if it doesn't.
Now we're back to the traffic light.
here's the traffic.
Then it's your traffic light after that,
And
your
that's-
traffic controller. After that is a street sweeping, $3,000 decrease. A towing, again, $1,500 decrease.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Is there a reduction in street sweeping because the prices came in lower?
No, I believe again, I'm working off of two sets of,
It's, year-to-date was low.
yeah.
And that was the rationale.
You know, one of the things that is kind of puts the Budget Committee a little bit of a disadvantage is that we're budgeting for 2011, but we don't have our year-to-date figures we won't have those probably for another true year-to-date figures for another week or two.
Yeah.
So
At
they're operating off of October year-to-date percentages, November year-to-date percentages, which
All the
aren't
bills.
always accurate, you know, because you don't know what you spent in a line until, you know, probably third, fourth week in January.
Right.
So then, continuing on, we had an increase of $8,500 in painting and reconditioning of equipment. Now, that's tied into that dump truck. The budget committee added, I believe it was, don't quote me on it, but I think it was the $40,000 in that line to put a new body on that dump truck that's 10 or 11 years old, to get a few more years out of it. So that was one of the reasons why
They only added 8,500?
well, no, I believe they added, they might have cut in some other ones, but let me double check.
Yeah, that particular line for painting and reconditioning of equipment was 41,500. The committee upped it to 50,000 even.
Well, that's only 8,500, so.
That's right, 8,500, all right, and
But
that's
wasn't it a $48,000?
There's a $40,000
elsewhere,
body.
hopefully elsewhere, yeah.
No, it needs
I
to
don't
be in
see it
that
anywhere.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another one we have to put an asterisk at, because if you look at that line, EPW,
Oh, yeah,
This is if you
the
keep that
department
truck.
head wanted 81,000, and previously this board reduced it to 41,000 because we took the 40,000 out.
correct.
Because we're gonna get a new
Get a new
vehicle.
vehicle.
We're gonna get a vehicle. So that was the line that we need to buy the truck body under.
Right, so if we're gonna go in that direction, then that number needs to get raised by an additional $30-something thousand.
31,500?
I'm just gonna keep going.
It's possible the budget committee made a decision saying that the normal expenses for that line was $10,000.
Right.
And you add 40 on it.
Right.
And that's how they
Yes.
got 50.
Yeah. But I would respectfully disagree with that, because if we're going, it's not just this vehicle, but if all these other vehicles, in the fleet, whether it be the garbage truck, et cetera, if we're not replacing these things, then you've gotta increase those lines, but, anyway, we're gonna keep going. Maintenance charges on building, that was 55310, there was a cut of $10,000, and that was to redo the floor.
Yes, it was.
And quite honestly, I'll just speak my piece on this one. I'm okay with that particular reduction. There's a lot of different priorities in this department. I think that floor needs to get done, but can it wait another year? Yeah, I think it can. I'm just giving you my opinion. Drainage repairs, there was a reduction there of $31,000. I believe that was also because the past history. Now,
Isn't this the one that was in CIP, though, that
Yes.
came up to operating budget?
yes. Now, one of the things that the budget committee did was, they took a look at, the past history, and they said, okay, does it match with what is being budgeted? And I just, I take issue with some of that, because when you're doing budgeting, in past years, you may not have budgeted for something, but you're gonna have an expense the next year, so you have to budget for it, or if,
You're forward-looking.
you're forward-looking, now, do you always look back? Of course you look back, but I think you have to also look forward to see what your anticipated expenses are gonna be. Let's just say, for an example, that, that in the past, you didn't have to repair your floor, but now you have to. Well, you're not gonna have that expense in there in the past, but now you have it next year, so that's what budgeting is all about. You're gonna sometimes decrease, and you're gonna sometimes increase. Personally, what I saw in this budget process was that, for the most part, time that the department head had a number that was lower than last year's budget, they accepted it. Okay. Every time the department had a number that was higher than last year's budget, they said no. And I don't think that's the proper way to budget. I think how do you say to the department head, yep, we're gonna trust you on every single one of the lines in which you reduced it, because you're trying to manage your budget, but then again, I don't take what you say as worth anything when you wanna increase it. I mean, you kinda have to look at both, trust that department head, if it's lower, they are spending less, but also consider why it's going up. And in some cases, there's a justifiable reason why a line does go up. Whether it's you're repairing a vehicle, whether it's you've got a certain project that you're working on, like the traffic controller the light controller is a great example of that. Maybe we didn't need to repair the controllers on some of these traffic lights over the last couple of years, but we've been, as we heard in our presentation, Carl told us that the person who's been doing that work has been kind of fixing it, not very effectively, but it's been getting by, and he said, you really gotta fix this thing. So we put it in our budget. Well, in the last 3 or 4 years, we didn't have that $10,000 to fix it because we've been trying to piecemeal
Band-Aid it.
and Band-Aid it. Well, now we can't Band-Aid it anymore. So if you just look back at your prior year expenses, well, it's not gonna be there. So that's just my opinion. So, drainage repairs, that was at 31,000, and then last but not least was sidewalk maintenance, and that was a reduction of 13,000. So that's how you get to your 83,880.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
What was the rationale on sidewalk maintenance?
Let me see.
The previous years,
Previous
on
years,
the
yeah.
budget display was $0.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it appears that in 11, we want 71,000. Well, that increase wasn't justified. Well, the increase was in the CIP.
In another line,
In
in
another
CIP,
line
which we
last
took
year.
out, if you remember. Because
Right.
it wasn't a maintenance, they said maintenance does not belong in CIP, it belongs separate.
So,
So
So
they
we
put
did
it in
that,
the
so we
operating
didn't have prior year, experience, because it wasn't in those lines in the
Yeah.
prior years.
Okay, just, I mean, it doesn't appear to me that, and again, I wasn't there, I'm just going by what this is. I mean, there seems to be a need for some type of a rationale. If you take something else out, and now it's in a new line, and you have no history of it, that because it's in a new line, you would want to go to look where it was in the past.
Well-
Not the fact that there's no history to say that there's nothing justified. I mean, it just seems to be, something
All right,
seems to be missing in the discussion.
Again, I'm trying to,
well, I agree with that. The Budget Committee did not compare other lines that did the same function. They simply looked at this one line that said $0 last year, why are you needing 67,000 this year? And if you go back to the CIP line, it shows it, 67,000 in the previous year's budget. Oh, and that was the budget. They actually spent $114,000 in sidewalk repair. So the work is out there that
Well, I
needs to be
guess,
done.
I guess that's,
So,
I have
that-
reservations on that cut. As your ADA coordinator, I can tell you that you're not gonna have sufficient money to do what you need to do and keep your sidewalks in repair.
so that's a star.
Yeah.
What you're doing.
So, that's where we're at with, now going through Public Works. Then on, let's see,
Solid waste.
solid waste. That was a $32,298 cut, and there were, you'll see there was an increase for workers' comp premiums. There was a decrease in clothing and uniforms of $2,648.
is there a rationale for that?
They took it out in they took uniform allowances out in others as well.
But is there a rationale why they took out the uniform allowances?
Did you get any, when you were, did you?
I can't recall.
No.
Okay.
And it might have been, let me just see.
Probably based on spending.
Historical
It was
spending.
Yeah.
on spending, yep.
Yep, past spending doesn't justify the request.
Well, weren't there cost increase coming up, I thought?
Yes, the Director of Public Works wanted a purchase for all employees of a certain part of their uniform that he hasn't been buying for the last 2 to 3 years. It was like, this is a one-time catch-up.
Jackets, I think, or something like that.
Jackets,
but,
yes.
Okay, household hazardous waste, $5,000 reduction there. And I
the
believe that was
rationale?
also past historical spending. Recycling removal
But we're over budget this year,
on household hazardous waste,
by $533.
as of when?
today.
Okay. Next was recycling removal, that was a cut of $13,400. And again, I have all these as past, past expenditure. Transport,
Question,
yes.
on the recycling removal, was that left in there as a buffer? Because currently, we're not paying anything for recycling removal. Or is this, it was adjusted down from 79 to 33 for us, was that a?
I don't recall any discussions about a buffer.
No, I think what Nick's talking about, when we had that increase,
Right, because at
Right.
one point, we were paying for
Paying.
recycling
Right.
removal. Currently, we're being paid.
Now we're being paid.
right,
And I believe our adjustment down was in consideration for that coming into this year. That we expected not to have revenue, but to be closer to flat.
Right, but you gotta keep in mind here that we did that, because
no, I understand what
we
we
made that
did.
no,
move.
we,
I-
We
right,
went from 70, the department had,
That's what I'm saying.
last year was at 79,400 because
That's
we
what
were
I'm,
paying.
that's what I'm
We paid.
saying.
Right, we then lowered it to 33,400 because now because of that, now
As a
we're getting.
contingency.
That's a contingency,
Okay.
and then it got reduced further to $20,000.
We were expecting flat, but that was the contingency piece. of it.
So the question is, did they go too
Is,
far?
did they go too far, you know? Who knows? Transportation, that's reduced by $1,250. Operating supplies, that was a reduction of $7,000, and that was also based upon, prior history. Printing and binding, reduction of $500. Maintenance of the building, $2,000, reduction in maintenance supplies to the building, also by $500. That represents those, so,
on the operating supplies, what did that include?
I don't recall.
Okay.
It's under solid waste, so what would it be?
and don't say plungers. I don't have the backup for,
Okay.
you know, what that entails. I do know, though, that, it was discussed in terms of the prior year's expenditure, so this might be a good time to,
Do you have the year-to-date on that line?
well,
Which line?
5 minutes. I think
Operating
we should start off
supplies,
with fire
solid
department.
waste.
It appears as a almost $16,000 encumbrance, leaving only $2,000 in that line.
So they had requested, the budget was 18,400, so they're up to 16, having already been spent.
Yeah. They only have $2,000
Whereas the budget
remaining.
committee said you've only spent $400 this year.
You know,
Now that we have more accurate data, it's practically all
Which line
spent.
are we referring to?
This is operating supplies.
Operating supplies. Line number?
47,121. Those are the last
Okay.
five I'm giving you.
So it's very realistic if we're gonna continue spending
And something just came in,
16.
you said, sir?
$16,000 in that particular area.
What was the encumbrance? The selectmen signed off on an encumbrance for almost $16,000 at the end of the year.
That was in
That
our
one.
last week's packet.
I deep sixed it already. But that was for Bobcat stuff, no? 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 No.
No, I think that came from CIP, for the purchase.
Well, while you're looking that up, you know, the other thing that, you know, I was a little bit challenged with was I was trying to get an understanding of like what was the goal of the budget committee. And as we went through the school budget, they you know, I think several of the members came up and said, hey, we're trying to keep the tax rate level. And I think that the motions and the cuts that they made were reflective of a level tax rate for the school, and arguably, there were some additional revenues that the school board was projecting that they didn't consider at the last minute. But let's just say that for all intents and purposes, they achieved that. But on the town side, that did not happen. I mean, our $1.86 million reduction from our budget will I believe at the end of the day, will lead to a considerable tax decrease on the town side, but at the expense of deferring a lot of equipment, road repairs, et cetera. So I didn't really quite understand what the rationale was on the town side with respect to the number of the cuts and the magnitude of the cuts. And I can never really get an answer, to that.
The difficulty when you're talking about deferring, because that was one of the conversations that took place, was that budgeting wasn't a one-year process. If we were deferring, when do we see, in other words, would it be next year or the following year? And that was that was the information you could not receive. Though they all agreed that budgeting is more than a one-year process, no one was willing to say, well, we'll look at this in year 2, year 3 down the road. So when you say,
And we're gonna
no,
get
all I'm saying is when you say deferring, though, deferring, usually you're kind of pointing out, hey, this is next year, the year after. With that, I don't think things were deferred. They were just saying, we're just not going to do it this year. I mean, that's, deferring to me, you have more of a plan of idea when it's going to
Yeah,
happen.
that's a good, that is a,
They just eliminated the expenses.
That's all, correct.
right. And when we get to, I think it's safe to say that the majority of the cuts were in capital improvement, capital items. When we get to that part of the budget discussion, I think it is important for us to take a look at the capital improvements plan, that document, see what work that group did, and then also to try to explain why not doing it this year can be more of a detriment to us than if we put it off, so. Okay, we got 1 minute to go. We'll just say it's 7 o'clock then? Okay. We are now gonna hold a public hearing, the first of 2, for the acceptance of open space land from the Blackbriar subdivision, which is map 9, lots 33-7 and 46 and 60. And there is a map that is located on the easel. Andrew, are you able to zoom in on that?
There are handouts too, if anybody wants
What
to
did
see it.
he grunted, but I didn't hear a
Is
verbal.
that a yes?
He's gonna try, he said.
Okay.
We could put the easel
If
directly.
you need to, we can move it if you'd like.
It's at it.
I'm sorry?
Steve?
Steve,
Thank
would you
you.
mind just moving it more
it
towards you?
over your
Right.
hand model
And then he
today.
can use this camera.
Directly.
Which way shall I be going?
To you. Keep going.
Keep going. So it's directly.
Thank you.
Steve, it's out next to this camera here, so that camera has a,
Can you see it, Andrew?
I think he's taking it off the other one, that's why. Come on.
pardon our renovations here.
You're the right.
He did say right, that was my right. Yeah, no, career's over.
Okay, long story short, planning board heard this subdivision plan and approved it with some conditions. One of them was that the town would accept the open space, which was, again, the parcels that I just mentioned. And right now, we're here to get public comment from those of you that are here, whether or not you're in favor or not in favor of it. So if you would like to speak, just come on up and just state your name and your address for the record. And anyone like to come on up?
I'm David Neiman from the Conservation Commission, and I'd just like to say that the Conservation Commission is in support of this plan. The area would be set aside as open space because of the subdivision regulations, but in this case, we would like to see the open space go to the town with the conservation easement to be maintained by the Piscataquag Land Conservancy, so that under town ownership, this area can be opened up to recreation to the residents of Goffstown and elsewhere. And by being under town control, we can guarantee that it remains open for the enjoyment of Goffstown residents and be able to advertise that fact when we, promote the recreational facilities and values within our town. So it has negligible cost in terms of lost tax revenue or anything like that. That's been looked at pretty carefully and determined that that's not really an issue. But a lot of value that can be enjoyed by the residents of Goffstown, and it will actually be the first public recreation area of any type in this area within the town. something that's been identified in our master plans, and there's an opportunity to act on that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Kimberly, you want to speak to it, or?
Oh, sure.
You don't have to if you don't want to, I thought.
No, that's why I
No.
came.
Okay.
I'm Kimberly Peace. I live at 201 Goffstown Back Road, and I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. We've seen this project come through us for several months now, and it's a great project, and we're in full support of it. David highlighted all the great topics on it. It's a great potential for passive recreation, for trails. It's a wonderful parcel, and it's a great way to get back to Black Brook that not a lot of people in town have a chance to get a chance to see that beautiful brook in our town. And it's just a really wonderful opportunity, and we're glad to have it presented to us from the applicant, and we're glad that David Neiman and the Open Space Committee subcommittee worked really hard to get this agreement with a PLC. This is going to be just a win-win for the town, and we're excited about it. So we support this.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Kim a question?
Sure.
What are the benefits of PLC easement?
The benefits are that they will supervise and manage the easement. There's going to be money put forward, I want to say $17,000? Something like that?
I believe it's a little shy of that. But
Okay.
I think 15 was the initial goal.
Okay, sorry. There's money put
One of our
forward.
last two
I'm going to
votes.
volunteer you for more money.
2,000 amongst friends.
Sorry. I know that there's money being put forward too, and PLC will run the stewardship on that. And what that means is that as the town, we do not have to steward this property, and it means that we do not have to make sure that it's not being impacted by any of the neighboring parcels or anyone who uses this parcel. And it's just a great opportunity. And then PLC is a very well-known, very long-established, has a great history. It's not one of these fly-by-night organizations that's going to disappear tomorrow. We know that they're going to hold this for us in perpetuity, and that they're going to assist us, as we move forward with doing any sort of passive recreation design on this. So, great. Any other?
Any other questions?
Okay.
All
Thank you.
Selectman Pierce, you're going to be able to recruit like 20 Boy Scouts to build a bridge over Black Brook, or? I'm just joking with you. It is pretty lovely over there. I was thinking maybe you could arrange that.
If you have a rail trail.
We need an
constructed,
easement to get there,
yeah.
but, all right, are there any other comments? Okay, again, this is the first of two. Next one was scheduled, do you have the
2
date?
weeks.
In 2 weeks. All right, so we'll close the public hearing at 7:06. All right,
Thank you.
now we get back to the fun stuff.
One step closer.
All right, we're gonna continue.
Talking about encumbrances, and it wasn't in the packet, it was given to us separately.
Right.
Do you have a copy of the encumbrance form? I know I have one in my truck, but I don't have it with me right now.
That's funny, 'cause I just looked at it yesterday and I tossed it.
The minutes didn't reflect the encumbrances? No place I can think of. Oh, you should have that.
Anybody have the copy of that? That we talked about last week? No? All right. We'll come back to that. Fire department. Here we saw a $34,847 reduction from the Board of Selectmen's budget. And just so that folks are aware, in 2010, the fire department budget was $2,376,811. The Board of Selectmen's budget for the fire department was about $4,000 higher in 2010 at $2,380,005. The Budget Committee made a reduction of, 34,847, and largely, we'll go through those lines.
Could you repeat the total that the budget committee did?
The Budget Committee, made a reduction of $34,847 to bring it to $2,345,158, which is
Thank you.
less than, about 31,000 less than the 210 budget. Okay. And let's kind of go through some of these. All right. There was an increase in workers' comp, which we did 37,000. Okay, I'll start going through some of these cuts. All right, first one was $1,500 in employee development, $350 in hepatitis B protection.
Question,
Yes, sir.
hepatitis B, aren't those shots required?
Yes.
They're looking at historic patterns
Yeah.
there.
Again, a lot of these, if I look through most of what I have here, the comment that was, again, there was a spreadsheet that was presented by Guy Karen on the Budget Committee, which was handed out to all of the Budget Committee members, and there was a rationale. Okay, and this is what it kinda looks like. And I think I might even have a copy of it, maybe I should have forwarded it to you, but, and on the spreadsheet that Guy Karen gave us, his rationale was that past spending doesn't justify the request, and that's what he put.
Okay, but wait a minute. Those shots cost so much per shot, and there's so many people that have to get them. And if you just, as you mentioned before, look forward in the budget on the upcoming year, you take the amount of people that you have times the amount of shots, and you get the number that you have to budget for. Isn't that how you come up with the number? That's the way we've always done it.
Yes.
That's correct to a degree, and the chief, I guess,
He's nodding his head, yes.
new employees get the series, current employees get titers, and if they need boosters,
Right.
but it's not a given.
The titers and boosters cost about $50 a piece, where the series costs significantly more, like say $150 to $200 a piece. If we take on, say, 12 applicants for the call fire department every year, and they just need maybe just a titer or booster, get $50 a piece, that's the lion's share, or at least half of what we request.
And again, these cuts were made based upon the prior years.
I guess I have a difficulty with that because
They're attacking a line which is dealing with safety of the employee.
yeah, but we have to properly, we have to adequately budget for that number for employee safety. And then employee safety ultimately is safety of the community, both
Okay.
financially.
Okay. I'm gonna jump on the soapbox again, if you indulge me, okay? When the town or the school budgets money, and let's say for an example, we budget $1,500 for these shots. We are budgeting with the good intention that this is what the money that we're gonna need to protect our firefighters or to buy something. If we only spend $1,200 in that line, and there's $300 remaining, two things happen, or three things can happen. One, the Board of Selectmen has the opportunity to spend money from that line on something else. It's a bottom line budget. The Board of Selectmen really doesn't, do that. We try to stay true to these lines as best we can. Any monies that are left over, and historically, on both the town and the school side, we do not expend 100% of our budget. That money then goes back into the general fund.
Can I just
And it
ask?
goes, and that offsets future tax payments for the following year.
Scott, I understand that, but let me ask a question then. Any line that was overspent because we didn't budget enough for it, was that money added
No.
into that line?
No.
Well, then
That
you're
was- that-
taking both ends of the argument for a bottom line budget, and you fight and you're working against each other.
That was the
You
point
can't have it both ways, it's one or the other.
that was the point that I made before, that I believe that when you're doing a budget, if you have a department head who's saying, you know what, historically, I haven't spent this much, or I think I can decrease this line, however, I'll give you a case in point. We can look at our legal line in the town. You can look it up. I think we've overexpended that legal line the last couple of years, have we not, Sue? Okay? In case you don't know this here, folks, and we can't talk about it a lot of times because it's privileged, it's part of non-public, a lot of these lawsuits against the town, but we get them. We get more than we'd like to get. And it costs money to defend these actions, and there's more and more of them, and there's a cost there. And we try to, keep those costs in check, but it's ever increasing. But you're right, Phil. I mean, if we're gonna do that, we have to take a look at all the overexpended ones, as well.
I
and
guess the
adjustments and
difficulty
stuff.
that I have is that historically, Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen have used the lines to prepare the budget. And the lines, yes, it is a bottom line budget, but the only time we use the bottom line and transfer money is because something usually unexpected has come up in a particular line, okay? You overexpend the line, okay, but you carry the overexpenditure in the line so that you know and you can use that information to properly budget for the next year. Yes, you've had to transfer money out to make those payments because that money wasn't in the line, but you purposely left the numbers in that line so you can use that as a tool to prepare an adequate budget for the upcoming year. And all I keep hearing is, well, it doesn't matter, it's a bottom line budget. I mean, if that's the case, why don't you just take the entire number from the town and say, this is what you're gonna get, what you had last year? Use the same rationale. Very simple. There's last year's number, here's this year's number. Cut and dry.
I'm gonna jump in a little bit here. One of the issues that was happening last year was that's what we had discussed, and the budget committee this year took an issue and did go line by line, be you agree or not agree with their reductions or their changes in the budget, but last year was more of a situation where they did.
They went to MS lines.
They went to the MS lines and took those reductions, and there was a lot of objection to that because they said it didn't create a clear picture. This year, they did go line by line. I'm not saying to agree or not agree with it, but they did go and put it and attach it to lines and not just going into the MS7. So you're seeing what you're seeing. They're giving you what they saw by line, and it's a different opinion from what you would like, but they did give you that. That's all I would say.
I have to agree with Selectman Fournier on this. I respectfully disagree with where the cuts are made, because in the vast majority of instances, I don't agree with them, and to me, they don't make rational sense. But I respect the fact that at least one member of the Budget Committee who did the most of the legwork here, at least that person did that. And I don't know about the rest of them on that committee, but like I said, one person seemed to do a lot of work. And like I said, I agree with some, I don't agree with many, but I have to respect the fact that it was done, because it's real easy to just say, hey, take last year's budget, but it's a lot more effort to try to look through it and justify why you're doing it.
No, I understand. I was just taking that to be facetious, because if you're gonna use the rationale, well, you didn't expend it last year, so you don't need it, or cut it by that much. Well, on the same token, on a line that was overexpended, it would seem to me, using that same rationale, well, gee, you needed more money than was there, and maybe we should fund it at the amount that you spent it, or split it, I mean, something, instead of flatlining it.
Okay.
I was just being facetious about that,
Okay.
because
All right.
I just get back to DPW, that encumbrance, it was on the December 20th encumbrance list that the selectmen signed off on, and it was for recycling and trash totes, so it had been ordered and the bill hasn't come in yet. They should arrive soon.
Now I remember, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now, I know Dan Cloutier in the Budget Committee doesn't allow this, but, you know, I think if we're gonna talk about a $350 item, you have to put like $20 on the table if we're gonna talk about it for more than 5 minutes, so. No, I'm just joking, Phil. And I hear your point, we're dealing with 1.86 million, and I just wanna, I understand what you're saying on the whole HEPA thing, but, what? As we go down, we've got propane, there was a decrease there.
Is there rationale on it?
No, and that was another thing too that I saw with all of the departments, whether it be, and school included, is that they took a lot of the energy lines and they looked at past.
Yeah,
But
but
then you-
energy's going up.
Yeah.
I mean, as of this morning, the average price of a gallon of gas in the United States was $3.11. It's anticipated to go over $4 this year and approach 5.
Well, that's, again, I'm not gonna, I happen to agree with you, so I think.
I'm just looking at the cost of futures
Right.
and what the progression is on all the energy stocks.
Well, I'm not really basing.
All the drilling
right,
stocks
I'm,
and
I'm,
all-
I'm basing it more on the fact that we, as a community, go in with the school district and we lock in on things like propane and heating oil and diesel
Right.
fuel, et cetera, and we kinda know what that cost is, because we lock in on it, we put it out to bid. And we also know what our average, usage in terms of, we know how much gallons it takes to heat our police department building or our school buildings, or we know how many gallons of gasoline on average we use for our police cruisers or our fire trucks, et cetera, or our dump trucks. And that's how we calculate our budget. So in many respects, it's pretty scientific in terms of how we do it. I don't think again, I don't know what was done on the town side in terms of percentages, but I know that when we did the school side, it was like 30% decrease in heating oil in all of the school buildings. And, you know, I don't know how that one shakes out. I mean,
I just want to point out that fire department's propane is overspent by $2,239 at this time.
It was overspent in '09, it was overspent in '10,
So why cut?
and why was the cut made if we're overspending our budget? And the chief put forward a budget anticipating how many gallons of propane he needed for the future year, and it was cut 25%.
that's Nick.
Which building does he not operate out of? To reduce his heating costs.
Okay. Nick?
Well, just a quick question, and going back to Public Works, to that, the totes, if we could. And this just, we were just talking about the overspending. We just approved that last week.
No,
Or
December 20th.
December 20th. Why would an encumbrance be put in that would, especially something like that, where you
Hasn't
can,
been delivered yet, so we haven't paid it.
that you can order numbers that you want, that would overexpend the line? In other words, I can understand you're doing a repair on the room, this is the cost of it, but where you're ordering a certain amount of things, items.
They didn't overexpend the line. There's
Well, that's what's-
1,956 left in the solid waste.
Well, I apologize then, because I
operating.
thought somebody said that line's now
No,
overexpended.
propane
No,
for
no,
fire.
propane.
No, we were talking about solid waste. We were talking about a
Solid waste?
cut, and then someone said that line is now over budget as of today.
No.
And then that's what started the
That
whole
one.
encumbrance
I don't think so.
question. I thought Sue said that there was something that just came in, and as of today, that line was over budget.
I don't think that was solid waste. I did say that for propane.
Because I think that's what started the whole
There was a couple
The
of, there
encumbrance
was, I don't think it was that bad.
discussion. Okay, then I'll withdraw that question.
Household hazardous waste is, I think, was what Sue said.
No.
I thought, as I put an asterisk next to it.
There was a reduction by the
Yeah,
budget
that one's
committee.
overspent
Oh,
by
yes,
500,
Household
yes.
hazardous waste was
Yes,
overspent.
right.
by $533.
Because they were doing it on historic and we're saying the end of the year, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
That was the one. Okay, moving forward, we had the propane, then we had Opticom maintenance and repairs, that was cut by $500. Alarm repairs and maintenance, that was cut by $1,500. Vehicle fuel, diesel fuel, that was cut by $1,000. Again, I don't philosophically agree with that one. Maintenance charges, vehicles, that was cut by $2,061. again, I don't understand the logic on some of this one, because the budget committee made a decision that they were going to do a couple of things with vehicles. One, they wanted to, rather than buying a new dump truck to replace the 10 or 11-year-old one, they were gonna, their rationale was to spend $40,000 and put a new body on it. And they allocated money for that. So I think we can all agree or disagree with that logic, but I think, based upon the fact that they didn't add those monies in, I'm comfortable with their rationale. On this particular one with the fire truck, if we're deferring once again the purchase of this fire engine, if you defer it, I would intuitively think that you're gonna have more maintenance.
Costs, definitely.
And I could also, we'll go to the police department shortly thereafter, the same thing there. If we're going to defer, I would think that you're gonna then have to
I
put
think
tires.
that vehicle's out of service.
That particular one is?
I
Okay,
don't think it's on the road.
okay. Then maybe that does make sense then. The other ones that we have here, small equipment maintenance, tests and repairs, that was cut by 1,000. Then again, that's historical spending, body repairs cut by 2,500. Station repairs, that was cut by $2,500 roughly.
What kind of repairs was planned for the station?
Hold on. What have we used that money for historically? Spent.
Wasn't last year,
It
didn't
was
we?
historical spending.
Well, it
think
could
last
be
year we
different
bought-
things,
we bought
because
front
sometimes it's the
heaters.
overhead openers for the doors.
Mhm.
So what if,
Absolutely.
I mean, how do you do historical if you have to replace an opener on a door and you didn't?
Now, Chief's here, didn't we buy heaters last year for
We replaced the furnace at Station 18 with some
Correct, yeah.
propane heaters. Again, replacing overhead doors as they go, just entry doors, electrical problems, constantly chasing electrical problems in these old stations. We try to keep up on it with what we have.
You good with that? I mean, we're
Yeah.
gonna come back to all this.
No.
Then last but not least, we had fire hydrant rental. That was a reduction of $18,656 from the selectmen's, request. And my question was, Chief, I believe that was a number that was worked out between you and members of the budget committee, so is it safe to say that we're comfortable with that number or not?
Actually, this was a good exercise. It was able to get the water precincts to confirm what they're gonna charge for hydrant rentals for next year. Many instances, we get these surprise fee hikes, and they've committed to a certain price, and by doing that, we were able to lower that budget line.
Okay, so
Agreed
it's,
upon
So
number.
we're okay
It's an
with
agreed
that?
upon
so that's an
number.
agreed
We're okay.
upon number.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
was the night that they did this budget, I believe.
Yeah.
It happened that day.
Okay, so that's good. We're gonna continue. Library, there were additions to the library
27,000.
in the amount of almost $27,000, $26,988, and I will read to you some of these additions, and it causes a little bit of a problem, so we'll talk about that. There was an addition of $15,380 in regular wages. There was an addition of $780 for longevity pay, FICA, retirement,
Was
et
the
cetera.
wages with the associated
It's all
costs?
And benefits,
it's all the
right? So
benefits
I think it
associated with the wage.
reinstated a
15.
position
And
for
2%.
steps and 2%.
That's it.
It also added back $768 in computers, and electricity was a little bit more, and library programming. So, the interesting thing here, again, this is just for me, it's, again, I don't understand the rationale. Why is it that we can expect the fire station to operate on less propane, but we don't expect the library to operate on less propane, or I don't understand, I didn't understand that, and the problem that we have on this is, we have not yet taken a position, you know, as a board on steps, COLA, et cetera, and this would essentially treat one group of our town employees, non-union employees, differently than a similar group.
Question, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I would like an explanation. The Budget Committee used the rationale of honoring the department's budget in library as far as wages and the associated benefits, and so they restored the money from to the department head's level budget versus what we had proposed. That, in their discussion and rationale of adding money back in, it was just adding money back in for the wages. That doesn't require us to put it into the wages, does it?
No.
No.
You can
Okay.
slice this up, whatever number
Because
comes up, you can slice it up.
You, because in the conversation a moment ago, it said it indicates we're gonna restore the steps and COLA for that one department. And that's,
That's what their actions did.
they did not discuss that. That's what they did not discuss that rationale in the Budget Committee.
But that's what their actions is, that's what, we received this from the budget committee. This spreadsheet came from the budget
Right.
committee,
Yeah.
and those are the lines they restored.
But their rationale wasn't saying we want to put COLA and steps in place for that department. It's just said, put the wages back in. They didn't know why the wages came out in the first place.
We came out, all of them,
Yes.
okay.
So my
But they
point
didn't
is,
restore all.
my whole point is continuing.
I
That,
understand.
that increase can go into library programming as far as this committee, this board's concerned,
Or it could not be in there at all.
or not be in there at all. Yes.
Right.
Question.
Yes, Nick?
Sue, I notice on some of these, there's a column, Board of Selectmen revisions. And how do I read that? For instance,
Oh, that's a column for you to use tonight.
no, in other words, under Workers' Compensation and Fire Department, Budget
Yep.
Committee was 40,701, then under Board of Selectmen revisions, it reads 37,613.
Right.
What does that mean?
We got a different mod rate, and so we have adjusted all the workers' comp lines throughout this budget for you, and those would be reflective of that amount.
So in other words, in that line currently, it's overfunded by $2,400.
Right.
So we should look at those just because there is
Yes.
potentially extra money or
Another,
a deficit in those
there
columns,
should,
in those lines.
in the workers' comp,
There'll
there
be
should be
Oh,
extra,
extra.
as an overage,
'Cause we had
because
what,
the
a
mod rate went
20,000,
down, from what we budgeted.
Do we see that anywhere? Is there a total?
Yeah, I think it comes out to about 14,000 or something total.
To our benefit?
So,
Yes, it's over budget by about 14,000 something.
Thank you.
I also want to point out, we are under budgeted on benefit lines due to the health care plan selected at the sign-up. So Public Works is under budgeted in the benefit line by about 12,000. And,
we over budgeted anyway.
are we over budgeted? Yes, 2 lines, but not to that difference.
Okay,
We're over, as a whole, we're over budgeted.
okay.
And
Over budgeted
li-
or under budgeted?
I mean, under budgeted. Library would have been under budgeted if they hadn't been restored. Remember when they restored the benefit line, we had anticipated, department head, we were told to put 15% extra for benefits. So they restored the 15%, which was more than what their increase was. They had like a $5,000 increase in benefit selections.
Okay, so, just so that the Board of Selectmen is kind of clear as to, you know, perhaps the rationale for library and for Parks and Rec increases, is we'll go to Parks and Rec next. It was because it was felt that, one, the library has seen an increase in services due to the economy, that more and more people are going to the library looking for jobs, and that there's more foot traffic there. There was also, I heard some members say that they felt that we should be rewarding the departments who run more efficiently. Again, you can take that for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I gotta take this.
Okay, and so that was kind of the, you know, the rationale, you know, for that. I tried to explain that a lot of our departments, most of our departments have seen increases in demands for service, who are also operating on somewhat flat-funded budgets for the last several years, especially in the non-discretionary lines like supplies and equipment, et cetera. But that's what occurred there. So, as we go to Parks and Recreation, which is the next line,
I don't see any increases there. Parks and Rec.
there was an increase, well, I shouldn't say that, it was more of a split the difference type of thing. Because originally, there was a motion that was about a $25,000 adjustment made by the Budget Committee and from our budget, and then there was a motion to go with half of that amount. So that's not reflective in.
So it's a net $12,000.
Correct.
12,700.
Right. Now, on that particular one, we have to, also, in terms of full disclosure here, our department head budget was $442,000, okay? $442,000, roughly. It then came to our board, we had approved $402,000, and then the Budget Committee came forward with $389,000. And our budget last year was $380,561. And so what you'll see in terms of some of the reductions that were made, and again, I think some of the employee development, $200, office supplies, $193, and I think, the director made a compelling argument, that's, he needs to buy toner cartridges and paper, and all that comes out of those lines, and he has a budget of $350 to buy office supplies for that department, which is not much. Heating oil, it's another one where there was a decrease there, which, again, I don't really understand that one. Vehicle fuel, there was a decrease of $1,000 there. Park operation, this was one where we had been budgeting it at $10,000. We had increased it for, I have to check to see what that one was for. Obviously there were some buildings, I think that, wasn't that for the, trying to fix, Steve, you're in the commission, was that the pavilions and to do some of that work?
That was the pavilions
Right.
and the pool houses, et cetera, that are in, well, they're actually starting on those process now a little bit as winter's coming in,
Okay.
but.
So that was largely a cut in that one. Pool operation went up slightly.
Let me rephrase it, it was just for supplies, just so we know.
Right. And also keep in mind that in terms of programs, although that there was a $2,000 decrease from the Board of Selectmen's budget, it's an overall increase in terms of prior years by about $3,000 to $4,000. So that's where we stand with that one. Next is police. Police, the net decrease total was $29,265, and again, the vast bulk of that comes in two categories: police operations and police communications. So we'll go to police operations first, and photocopier contracts, $879, but that is okay, correct? On that, Chief? Based upon our new contract?
That's the basic contract that we have with them, but we
Right.
also, if we go over our copying needs, we get charged for that.
Okay.
So there's gonna be a little.
Little
leeway there.
buffer,
We're right-
okay.
We're right there at the contract price, and there's no wiggle room at all for overages.
Okay. Books and publications was decreased by $400. That was, again, based upon historical printing and binding, again, same thing, that was done based upon historical spending. Telephone repairs, that was reduction of $500 based upon historical spending. Crime prevention, programs, $1,000 decrease. Again, all these were due to prior, expenditures. Crime prevention equipment, that was a reduction of $500. Vehicle fuel, that was a reduction of $2,700.
What's the rationale on that?
I think that was the same thing, prior, hold on. Vehicle fuel, past expenses don't justify the increase. And again, that kinda, like I
Yeah,
said,
well,
you know,
what
with prices going up, I think,
Right.
unless we're gonna patrol less, you're, you know, you're, in some respects, you do make, the budget committee is not supposed to deal with, policy, but if you decrease your fuel line, either we're gonna take money from somewhere else, which is not really truth in our budgeting, or we're going to make a policy decision that we're gonna patrol less to make up for that.
Right, but I guess if you're using a rationale of, again, if you want to adequately fund the line, and you look at it and you say, okay, you passed, what you spent in the past doesn't justify this, but what you're going to spend in the future, because your usage, gallons that you've used historically, the cost per gallon is gonna go up in the future because you're budgeting forward-looking. Should be part of that discussion, and part of that calculation for that budget line.
You know, again, I'm looking at what the work of that, you know, the budget committee did, and it was based upon past experience, and perhaps they were looking back at, okay, what was budgeted in '09, what was the actuals, what was budgeted in '10, what are the actuals? They didn't have the benefit of not knowing the year end. But if you take a look at vehicle fuel, we budgeted, 2010, we budgeted 53,880, and our year-to-date, this was back in, October, was 38,809.
And now it's 47,649.
Okay. So is there $2,700 of wiggle room, and it's gonna be budgeted for 54? So there is no, in my opinion, there's not that much wiggle room, considering that the price of gasoline is going up by like 10 to 20%. So, maintenance supplies on vehicles, that was decreased by 1,000, that was historical spending, and,
Okay, I have a question, though.
yeah.
I know what you're gonna ask.
What?
I know what you're gonna ask, go ahead.
My understanding, was that they want the cruisers to go from 100,000 to 120,000?
Well, I think we typically try to, and the chief is here to correct me, but I think we try to shoot for around 90,000 is when we take them off the road as frontline
Right,
vehicles.
all right, correct.
And
frontline.
now the budget committee, felt that these frontline cruisers should go to about 120,000 before they're removed from frontline.
Do they have any,
And I just have to, let me finish my statement.
okay, go ahead.
With that logic, it's not, I wanna make it abundantly clear, we're not deferring these three cruisers for just this 1 year, and we're gonna replace 6 next year. No, that's not what the budget committee's recommendation is. The budget committee's recommendation is really more of a policy one, where it states, okay, we will save about $110,000 in cruiser replacements this year, and then in every subsequent year, we will go to 120,000 miles. So we will have a 1-year savings of about $110,000, okay? However, in each of the subsequent years from here on in, we're gonna replace these cruisers, the front line, at 120,000 and make them, and turn them over. Now, that's the policy decision.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm talking about is, I'm looking here at a reduction on vehicle maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're gonna be running frontline cruisers, an additional 20,000 miles per cruiser,
Or 30.
well, I'm just going from
Yeah.
the simple numbers, from the 100 to the 130, 120. It would seem to me that you need to add some money in vehicle maintenance rather than take money out. You would take money out of vehicle maintenance if you're gonna get new vehicles. But if you're going to keep running your vehicles for an additional 20,000 miles, it would seem to me that you need to add some additional money in rather than remove money for maintenance.
That's a valid point.
Yeah.
And
Well, you're figuring
they,
tires. you
they
know,
overlooked that
yeah.
whole factor.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, tires are another issue.
So that's, you can put your asterisk there. Property insurance.
You put an asterisk there.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Anyone we reduce property insurance, that's a fixed cost.
Right, we don't have, so that's another one. Okay, now we're gonna go down to police emergency management. Again, these are based upon, most of them were based upon historical spending. Past expenses don't justify the increase. Employee development, that was reduced $499.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
If I'm correct, every department but the library has had a reduction in employee development?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay. The next is, police communications. And again, clothing and uniforms, that was reduced by $700. Employee development reduced by $1,500. Operating supplies reduced by $200. Printing and binding reduction of $300. Telecommunications reduced by $1,000. Maintenance charges on equipment reduced by $6,000.
Rationale?
Everything is past expenses don't justify the increase.
Can I ask the chief a question?
Sure, yeah, piece
Chief,
right here.
on that, don't we have some expenses coming up that, in for repairs and maintenance?
Well, we have the grant coming in, but again, depending on what comes out of that grant, there has to be some adjustments, et cetera, taking down equipment that may not be covered by the grant, additional equipment that's already in there.
Thank you.
The telecommunications line only has $355 left in it, and I don't know, there might be another bill coming in for all I know. So I don't know how you can cut that $1,700 when they've already spent $23.44.
Okay. And again, I'm not trying, I'm just trying to, provide some sort of an explanation. The budget committee does not have year-end numbers. We don't either, for that matter. We'll have those in a couple of weeks, but, it's, how do I put this? When we get we get reports on a monthly basis from Evelyn Redmond, and that's all of the expenditures. And in one of the columns, it'll say % of budget expended. Well, some of our lines are very true. They're monthly, and you're paying your bill, just like you would pay a mortgage. Okay, you gotta pay your mortgage. But then there are other bills that are very, they're infrequent. And you might pay one bill in May and then another bill in December. So if you looked at your % spent in a particular line, you may have only spent 40% on that line, but you're gonna get billed again in December, which is after, say, the budget committee looked at it. So that's why it's kind of difficult to try to look at just, total past history, especially in the current budget year. You do have a little bit more benefit if you look at the prior year. But then again, it doesn't always take into consideration, like I said, special circumstances. So those are the kind of the lion's share of the police ones. Now, as we go to the biggies, and that is CIP.
You wanna do debt service?
Debt service. There's really, trying to see what was decreased here, that,
Well, the ARA project
ARA.
isn't complete, so there won't be a bond payment next year.
Right.
It'll be the year after.
so we'll have,
96,000?
it'll be about a $90,000 difference,
89 change, yeah.
okay? Okay, next,
Less, right?
Hmm?
Less.
That's less,
less,
yes.
yes.
On the 206,
Right.
040.
So because we're not completely finished with the drainage work going on South Mast, we're not obligated to make our first payment, and
Right.
because of that, that will not occur until the year 2012. So
Right.
that takes $90,000, which we would have ordinarily had to budget in 2011, off the table, and now it's something that will be, our obligation starts in 2012 for the next 5 years.
Right. Now, the other adjustment that will be made here before budget submission deadline is the Lynchville Danis Park. The payments will be due to Manchester Waterworks next year. They have put in for a 20-year note. The board hadn't made any decisions. We did a survey. It came out, most people wanted 15 or 20 years. Some wanted 5 and 10 years, but we never made a decision. It can be changed if you want to change that to a 15-year note rather than 20-year note. But right now, they put in for a 20-year note.
Okay.
And so as soon as Jan gets the final figures on that, she will,
Do we have any idea what that's gonna be?
no, but it's gonna be offset by
It'll be
revenue.
offset by their,
Right.
payments.
Right.
So are you saying we're gonna reduce our budget by this 89,000?
No, it's,
No, it's
No.
gonna increase.
it'll increase, but there'll be
We have to gross
offsetting
appropriate.
revenues.
No, no, I'm going back to the
96,000.
96.
Yes, we have to reduce it.
Yeah, that one has to be reduced, to 206, but we're gonna add in whatever the payment to Manchester Waterworks is
And when you
next year.
say reduce it, hasn't our budget already been submitted?
No, we don't submit a budget.
I understand that, but
This will be, we are discussing a revised budget for the selectmen to present to the board, to the budget committee. This would
understood.
be one of the revisions.
Decrease.
Okay.
And then we'll increase when we know what the bond payment is for Lynchville Danis Park. Are you okay with the 20-year note? Can I tell them that's all right?
Can't ask you.
I guess where I'm going with that, if we go through this budget and we find $89,000 worth of things we wanna put back into the budget,
Mm-hmm.
and the budget is currently $89,000 over, would we need to adjust the budget?
If you're trying to be true to your lines, yes.
Right.
I mean, if your goal is to try to be as true as possible to your budget lines so that you don't have a lot of commingling going on, yeah, you would adjust your budget if you felt that the property insurance is a great example. Well, we have no control over that. That cost is what that cost is, so it wouldn't make sense to underfund that property line by $9,600. So then when we do next year's, we have budgeted 96, we're gonna be overspent by $9,600. You should budget what you believe your true costs are.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but I guess,
The bottom
so
line.
we're
might-
gonna, I'm thinking of the process here, we're gonna go to the budget hearing and make a motion to amend our budget and reduce these lines by $89,000 and increase these lines
We
by.
haven't made that decision yet.
Well,
We haven't
I'm playing
made
a
that decision.
I'm playing a hypothetical.
Our budget is a bottom line budget, and if we did go that route, it would be a bottom line adjustment supported by MS lines, I would assume. You would base it based upon, where's my papers here, but,
All of these lines
compose the total number.
add into the MS7 lines in some fashion, and if we were to make your adjustments, Nick, maybe some of our adjustments would go into a different MS7 line.
I'm trying to think of process here, because currently there was $3,900 added to PEG TV, $27,000 added to the library. There's roughly $14,000 in overage in the workers' comp, and this $89,000. So we're roughly looking at $133,000 currently not accounted for in our budget.
Correct.
Playing devil's advocate, if we came up with $133,000 of items, because looking at the propane and the fuel and the revenue office and, you know, some other things, I'm up to $75,000. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, we come up to $133,000 of things we want to refund. Would we go to the public hearing and say, we want to take 133 from here and move it to 133 from there?
Or would you really allocate it once they?
Exactly,
But I
that's
think-
my
but
point.
I-
And it's right to ask that question, because I'll tell you, this is the first time I recall this happening. Usually that discussion goes on between
Back
the
and forth,
selectmen
yeah.
and the budget committee before they decide on their number to go forward to a public
We
hearing.
didn't have that opportunity. And I think what I would prefer, if that were to play out, I think it's important to go back to the budget committee and say, okay, here are the lines in which we need to see adjustments, and this is, you know, we would hope that you would, you know, take this into consideration. The net result may be the same or even a further reduction. However, we need to be as true as possible to where these budget lines. Yeah, it's just my opinion.
Because what you're trying to say is that we're looking at a roughly, within the operations end of it, $200,000. There could be 130 here. We're talking about a $70,000 difference.
Well, I'm just looking at
No, I
process,
mean,
because
that-
typically at the public hearing, you're making motions to adjust dollar amounts.
Correct.
Whereas we may be looking at just
Reallocating.
reallocating, and
And
I've
that-
never
and that-
seen that done at.
Right, I don't think in that case we would do that, because it's the bottom line that you're looking to impact. However, I think it's important to let the budget committee know,
I agree.
we may agree on the bottom line, we just don't agree on where that bottom line is allocated, and here's why. Okay, so now, our next one is, capital improvements. And, I mean, and this is really the lion's share of where,
Of the difference.
of the difference. I mean, it's
1.6.
almost 1.7. It's 1,661,724. And, let's kind of go through that. All right, the first is the road program. And when we say the road program, I've never really liked the term program, because it's an ongoing road maintenance and reconstruction that we do. It never stops. It's not a 20-year program. It's gonna be ongoing. And just so everyone kind of knows the historicals here, in the year 2009, we had budgeted $2.3 million for land and improvements. In the year 2010, you'll recall that the Board of Selectmen cut that by $500,000, and we budgeted $1.9 million, rounding that up. Then the department head came in, again, Carl came in trying to reinstate this to where it should be, based upon, you know, projections. And he had reinstated it back to almost $2.5 million. All right, does everybody remember that?
Yep.
Then the Board of Selectmen said, wait a second, we can't, you know, in light of all the things that are going on, we need to replace different apparatus, and we've got to make some adjustments somewhere. We cut $500,000. So we brought that, I'm sorry, $1 million. So we brought that number to about 1.5, a little bit, almost 1.6 million dollars. So $1 million less than where it really technically probably should be if we're staying true to this program, but also about $400,000 less than what we budgeted last year. The budget committee took an additional $549,000 out of that. So leaving our land and improvements capital budget at a little over $1 million. Now, what does $1 million buy us? I don't know if anybody kind of David, do you want to kind of tackle that since you're the DPW person? I mean, I know the answer, you know,
I
long
don't.
and short is not much, but,
I don't have a good answer for that, but it's to continue maintenance on a lot of roads.
but I think what I'm trying to drive
Trying to
at,
say like Addison Road?
well, we all know that
Right.
Addison Road is more than $1 million.
Million, that's what I was trying to
So
get.
to
No,
reclaim,
I think his point is the only thing you're gonna be able to do is maintenance. You're not gonna be able to do any projects.
Correct.
And that was the understanding, and this is where the conversation within budgeting got, a little interesting, cause that was that part, when you talk about budgeting, it's not a one-year process, you look at, when it's gonna be years 2 and 3, and the question that came up regarding the road program was, does that mean next year you'll reinstate the road program? Because what you wanna do
Yeah.
is keep that tax level consistent, but if we were to go with this, if let's say if this budget from the budget committee was to go forward, that would mean next year, if you did decide, in other words, you're taking a layoff from doing vehicles, police vehicles, fire truck, trash truck, and you're doing a layoff from roads, what would next year be? It would be an incredible increase if we were to step into saying, you know what, we've put these trucks off for several years now. We've been, we didn't do anything with the road program, and so then you would have this large bump. And a spike, I should say. So that's where I think there's the process of budgeting where everyone, I think, does look at it and say, geez, we want to contain costs and limit spending, but somewhere along the line, there are some things that have to be done. And when we say deferring, well, if someone says defer to me, I'm looking for a date, I'm looking for a year. How's this gonna work in with the rest of the other things from CIP? How's it gonna work in when we do decide to do in other words, next year, when we reinstate the road program, because we did nothing this year, and then we reinstate 3 police vehicles, or then maybe we bring a dump truck in, now we're looking at a substantial spike.
and you, what.
Oh, no,
what-
I'll
and
get off
what-
the
and what-
bandwagon there.
Yeah, and what I think, I'll talk a little bit later, but it's not so much what we're not doing this year, it's what's in the hopper for the years 2012, 13, 14, and I'll cover
Combined-
that in a little
combined
bit,
with
but,
that, correct.
I have to be candid here, it's been challenging over the last couple of years, and you don't get a great deal of satisfaction, in many cases, at least I don't, from being a selectman on some of the decisions that we have to make, but I felt pretty darn good about last year in our roads. We did something different, we did like a hybrid type of an approach, where we took certain roads, and rather than reclaiming the entire road, we reclaimed sections of it. We were very creative, and I think, I don't know, I felt good about that we had $1.9 million, and I think we got every little bang for our buck that we could out of that. And then I look at what we were proposing for next year, which is a decrease of about another $350,000 from that number, knowing that costs keep going up, so we know we're getting less. But to me, that was like a really bare minimum. And I think even when we do that 1.559 million, which is again about $350,000 less than this current year, if we use that same creativity and ingenuity and try to do it kind of like we did this year, I think we can still keep afloat, with some of these roads. Are we gonna be able to help and rebuild Addison Road? Nope. Are we gonna be able to do a lot of the things that we should do? No. But are we gonna be able to stay afloat and make some improvements to our roads without, going to hell in a handbasket? I think we can if we use that same, but when we say, hey, we're gonna whack another $500,000 off this one, to me, that just seems short-sighted.
Sue, you have that encumbrance. Besides the Wallace Mass Road project, what was encumbered for next year for resurfacing?
We had some overlays, I know that. I mean, I could have sworn we had like 2 or 3 overlays on roads. You have Tibbetts Hill, which is an overlay, in certain portions of it, because they only put the base down.
This year?
Yep. And I think there was other roads that were like that, where that base went down. Then then it stays to get settled over the winter, then they come back the following year.
Paving and reclamation for road plan, 403,000.
Did you say that was 403,000?
Yes.
Thank you.
There were others, like change order, Wallace, Worthley,
Yeah, but those are counted
Yeah.
for in that Wallace Mass Road intersection.
Yeah.
So, in many respects, I think I'll get you in a second. I think we've been managing this line like, pretty darn well. Whether people like the roundabout or don't like the roundabout, that was a dangerous intersection. It was on CIP for a decade, and we were able to get that into our road program. We were able to deal with roads like Moset and Catamount and others where that wasn't even, we weren't even thinking about that, last year. So I think we should feel pretty good about it. Like I said, I just don't think $1 million is gonna get us more than, resurfacing a couple of roads and fixing some potholes here and there. I don't think it's gonna help us in the long term. I think it's, again, foolish.
Well,
David,
my
then I
turn
have-
now.
yep.
Yeah, then you're making an argument that we need to justify putting that $500,000
Yes.
back in.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
And whereas other items in this CIP, we have the option of going into a separate article to try to get the money
Well,
back.
I say this because, again, if you look at historically, the community voted to spend X amount of money on the road program. If you remember, we had a baseline, and for every year, for like 6, 7 years running, we said, do you want to spend $1 million for the roads? And year after year, people voted for that. And then
They
we had,
didn't want
and
special
then they
articles
said, we don't want it as a special order. It's a maintenance thing. This is something that's ongoing. So put it in the budget. It got approved. We put it in the budget. Then all of a sudden, tides change, and now, we're looking to save money, and the money that was really allocated for roads has now been kind of starting to get carved out. So, yes, could you put this in the budget? Yeah, you could. Could you put it as a separate article? You could. You could do either or. I'm just defending why I believe that $550,000 cut by the budget committee is, in my opinion, not a wise decision. Next up is machinery, equipment, and vehicles, and,
Wait a minute, you said
yes.
you were gonna.
Oh, I apologize, Phil.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I just have a comment on that, and it goes back to the comment that Steve made earlier. When you budget and you forward look, several years out. I guess what I'm seeing here and the concern that I have is if this road program goes to this $1 million, okay, where are we next year? Where are we next year?
Well, you'd be 1.5 in the hole.
Well, no. The point that I'm making is, when you're looking at a road program of $1 million, what Carl tried to do was to reinstate it up at the 2.5.
Right.
Okay? And we're going from what Carl tried to reinstate it to a 2.5, we're going to a 1 million. Okay? Next year, if we try to go to a 1.5, all of a sudden, there's a $500,000 increase, okay? And everybody's gonna look, and everybody's gonna freak out. And what's the Board of Selectmen doing? They want a $500,000 increase just on that alone. So I guess when you look forward, all right, and it goes back to what you say, about budgeting, trying to maintain a level. I just have a concern and that goes back to what my comment was earlier about being a responsible budget.
That's, add in here that's all the more reason. The intent of the CIP is to balance our long-term infrastructure needs, and that's not responsible to dig that deep into the infrastructure and maintenance requirements. So, and then you go into, essentially that becomes the new normal, and a year from now, there'll be people saying, why do you want to double the size of your road program?
Well, I guess what I'm looking at then, okay, if we don't get cruisers this year, and we make the cruisers go to 120,000 miles, next year when we need 8 cruisers, we're not gonna get 8 cruisers, we're only gonna get 3 cruisers. Now, next year, we're getting 3 cruisers where we didn't get any. There's an increase right there. How do you ever get back to where you should be? How do you get there?
Well, I think it all boils down to what is reasonable in terms of short-term pain to, that will not kill you medium to long-term. And I think we have done that over the last couple of years. I think the very fact that we should be at around $2.5 million for our roads, but we're only at one, that we've made that conscious decision to go to 1.5, I think speaks volumes as to the difficult decision that we had. We, to take that, to go down even further than what we are spending right now. But to go and to take another, $550,000, to me, is just, makes absolutely no sense.
And then to defer, though, the capital expenditures.
Right. And we as a community have invested millions upon millions of dollars over the last decade into our road network. And if you do not keep up with it, if you do not do these maintenance overlays, if you do not do your drainage work, and you don't, it's gonna impact, it costs more to fix it. It's like letting a roof go. You don't fix your roof, guess what? Now you got a leaky house, and now you have ceilings that are wet and carpets that are wet, and it's just not good planning.
I think one of the things also that I was grasping when I was in with the budget committee on that night, is that when they looked at these things, I don't think they looked at anything as being wasteful. I don't believe they saw it that way. What they were looking to do was control the costs for what I would call short term, which this year's needs would be, for what they felt was needed within the community. But one of the questions that that I would posed out several times was, well, what does that mean next year when we all sit down here and this budget comes around? Because you will not be having a tax rate that's going to be consistent. You're going to see that peak. And they all understood that, and most of them would comment saying, I understand what you're saying, but I still want to go towards this process here where they're looking at that lesser amount. And I think that's where we sit philosophically, is that where are we going to go? Are we going to support our budget or their budget? And I'm just going to put myself out there, because we started this a little earlier, and I'm trying to get to the point where we finally start having that conversation, is that though our budget is more, and everyone says, well, what about taxes and hardships and times, I think you're going to suffer more down the road. You're not going to protect your investments, and you're going to see a large spike next year. I mean, none of these things that we're speaking about were wasteful spending. They just didn't want to spend it this time and deferred off, but yet there was no plan for that deferment. So I'm going to say from my end, as we look at this, that I think we really need to support our budget.
The other, I want to, show deference to some of the decisions that the budget committee made, is that they went in also with the premise on the town side that they were looking to not eliminate any positions. And that didn't happen on the school side, but on the town side, their goal was to not eliminate positions. So rather than cutting police officers or firefighters or library or town hall staff, they went in and looked solely at capital. Now, is that how this board may view things? I mean, if dealt with a $1.8 million decrease, would I take it all out of capital? Nope. Would I take it out of some personnel? Yeah, I think I personally would.
Well, I
but
believe the board did, and I
Right.
think everyone should realize that this budget reflects two positions
Right.
being gone.
Right. Nick, you wanted to add something?
Just following along, as you look in the out years, with our salary and benefit line being the lion's share of the town budget, almost 80, if not more, 80% of our budget, and those costs escalating each year, just looking at health costs dramatically, the window for us to regain our operating budget keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So our problem is just maintaining the operating budget where it is, let alone trying to recover from past years. And it's only gonna get harder as we go forward, because
Right.
the salary lines, the benefit lines are
And I think
constantly growing each year.
that's the big $64,000 question, is that the budget committee looked at capital items as a means to offset maybe operating cost increases, et cetera. And in fairness to the budget committee, I think this board has done the same thing. I mean, we've scaled back on a few things simply because we know that we've got some operating side, wage, benefits, et cetera, that are going up that we need to account for, and we're kind of offsetting that with deferrals, et cetera. Ultimately, and we're in this position for a variety of reasons. For one, you know, obviously there are wage and health insurance costs that are going up. We're seeing relatively stagnant, revenue growth in terms of new construction, and we have really not made any significant dent in our commercial and industrial tax base. So there are some issues that are out there that don't help the revenue picture as best as we'd like.
Yeah, just one other thing, a little food for thought too. With the $1 million for the road project, as we know, when we open up those bids for the asphalt, with the cost of oil going up.
Right, we're not gonna get as
I
much.
mean, we lucked out because of the cost of oil going down, that we were able to get a per
Lower
ton
Yeah.
cost on the asphalt, but it's going up. And when you're looking at oil, where they anticipate a barrel of oil to be in a year from now, when we open up those bids, because those guys, you have to remember, we're putting a budget together now for next year, and we're gonna be opening up those bids at that point. When those guys prepare those bids, they're looking for the cost of oil through that year, so you're really projecting a year and a half out on the cost of oil for the cost of asphalt.
Anybody else wanna chime in?
No, the other thing I'm thinking, somewhere along the line, this is gonna be a long night, and we're gonna take a break.
Yeah, if we could we get,
Yeah,
can we
get
get
through
through
this part, I think,
CIP
yeah,
part, and I
yeah.
think then we're good.
The
Okay.
next one under land and improvements, Scott, for
Sidewalk.
50,000.
50,000 for,
That was for the Elm
Study.
and Pleasant Street
Yeah.
study. I think Selectman Pierce attended the CMAC presentation, and was there much support for that part, or was there more support for Pleasant and,
DPW has been contacted by the committee that's evaluating that grant, and they have asked, would we have, basically, they've asked, would you have any terrible heartburn if we funded half of your project? And did not endorse the other, there's two projects,
Right,
two
there's
intersections. If we,
Elm High and
if
Elm
the
and
committee endorsed, the committee at the state level endorsed Pleasant Street intersection and said, you know, we can't support your justification of the Elm Street intersection, would you have any terrible heartburn on that? Carl's taken the liberty to said, we would not. We'd rather have the glass half full than no glass at all.
okay, and the percentage of that grant would be?
The amount of, there was significantly more money for the Pleasant Street intersection than Elm Street,
Right.
more cosmetic
But
changes.
we wouldn't have to raise and appropriate any money for that, because wouldn't the match come from the developer?
There
I-
is some from him.
I don't know the
Okay.
details on the
wasn't
source of match.
$100,000, that was not that much?
What, twenty-five stick in my,
How much?
I don't know why twenty-five
Yeah,
sticks in
something like that.
It wasn't,
No, it was over.
No,
It
no,
was?
I think, I'm thinking of,
Maybe
I think
It's
it's 100.
100 to 150 in that range.
Okay.
All that
We're-
was discussed before I was
Okay,
involved.
for some who are might out there, maybe we're talking cryptically, we did a village, we've done several studies, corridor studies, village planning studies, et cetera, and, that we identified 3 problematic intersections. One of them was Wallace and Mast Road, which we've addressed. The other one was the Pleasant,
Elm, High Street.
Pleasant Street, and then the other one is Elm and where the library is. So those are the
Dee's
two-
Corner.
those are the 2 other intersections that need improvement. There is a CMAC grant, which basically is a
Congestion mitigation, air quality. So from that point of view only, the committee at the state level said, we can understand your rationale for air quality improvement with your design of a new intersection at Pleasant Street.
Right.
However, your design for a new lanes at Elm, High, and Mass, North Mass.
They don't like so much.
It
It didn't meet the
doesn't
criteria.
meet the standards of
Standards for
improving
that
air
grant.
quality.
Yeah.
So,
So was this 50,000 for the design of
Yes.
Pleasant and Main, or Elm and High, or both?
Both, and I'm not sure exactly what that 50,000 was going to buy in next year against that grant.
well, I think it's important, though, for us, if we feel that we're getting feedback from the state or from this grantor, that we are gonna be heavily considered for, just like we have with this communications, then, and we also have offsetting revenues from a developer who is going to contribute to that particular intersection improvement, and it would be a net cost of, very favorable to the community, then I think we need to, stick to our guns with this one and proceed if we're gonna get,
'Cause I don't,
if our cost is only gonna be 20% of the project.
I don't think the design cost was covered by the grant, that's a construction
But
cost.
thank you for jogging my memory.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
this was a design cost to move forward with the construction portion of the grant.
I'm gonna I'll go out on a limb on this one and jump on we prioritized intersections, and Pleasant Street was the lowest priority, the Elm High Street. I mean, if we're gonna look for money and we can only pick one intersection, I understand there's a possible grant out there, but that current intersection there functions, and maybe we want to resurface it and highlight the islands and put in new granite curbing, but I'm certainly not in favor of trying to reinstate money for another roundabout.
I'd like to see what I understand that one's gonna be a lesser contribution. I'd like to see what the project cost and what the contribution means and what that figure is.
Yeah, see, I won't go out on that limb, only because although the recent roundabout construction was a headache, and although the Grassmere one was a headache before that, I think at the end of the day, that they're gonna be afterthoughts. I think next summer, when this thing is.
I'm not questioning the process. What I'm
right.
saying is, we've highlighted that Elm High Street intersection as a problem.
No, and I'm not disputing
And
that.
I think that's what we need to tackle, and if we need to take these available funds and put it towards that, that's what we do.
But I guess if there was the potential of, and again, I don't know the full cost of this, but if our obligation was 20% of the cost, and hypothetically, if that was $100,000, and the other $400,000 was coming from a grant and from a off-site improvement from a developer, would I wanna give up that $300,000 and money to improve an intersection, which is gonna need to be improved anyway, whether it be next year or 5 years from now, to put someone else in the number one position? I would be inclined to take advantage of those funds, because these grants are not around anymore.
And the question I have, once again, is how much,
How much?
you're putting a
It
dollar
depends on
figure
how
on
much,
that,
right.
Circa, and I agree with Nick to the extent that the next priority was the library intersection, and if someone said the difference was marginal, then I'd be saying, let's look at the library intersection.
And I'll be the first to say, the design of an intersection that was in the grant for High Street, Elm Street, was a marginal improvement, and it wasn't a solution that would address our traffic needs 10 and 15 and 20 years into the future. In order to address the traffic needs that far in the future is a tremendous road construction project for that intersection, and acquisition of more land than we care to discuss right now.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with everybody here. I understand where Nick is coming from and on that. But your point, since I was here when we had the state look at these corner, okay? And when the state came down and they laid out the plans, okay? And Board of Selectmen went forward with a public hearing. And there was not one person that supported those changes to that intersection. And that intersection, that change, only projected out to less than 20 years. And it included 2 lights, it included taking all the parking away from Sully's.
But we're not even I wasn't even going to that, the lights. When we had our village study, they looked at lights.
They looked at our oval.
That didn't come out. They looked at roundabouts, they looked at a double roundabout, and the improvements that are on that grant came out as the engineering best practice for that intersection. It was narrowing the traffic, slowing it down, bump outs so that people would have eye contact, but it was a minimum cost. Now, if we're fighting over $50,000 over which intersection, do I wanna put it into an intersection that currently is working? Or do I want to put it to one that the elderly people at the housing complex can't even get to Sully's? I'm just saying, when I'm looking at wisely, that's just me.
Right.
And I understand money is grant money and.
Yeah, but I guess I understand what you, and I'm agreeing with you, but the solution to that okay? The solution to that is exactly what Dave said, a major redesign of the intersection.
We're digressing.
Yes.
I know.
So I'm just gonna get back to the budget if I may. As we talk about machinery, equipment, and vehicles, there's, 3 or 4 major issues there. One, as we mentioned before, was an expenditure of $101,000 roughly for 3 police cruisers. And we've talked about that before. The budget committee felt that our replacement cycle should be extended from replacing these vehicles at around 90,000, where they should get replaced at around 120,000.
Just a comment on that. I guess what I have a difficulty with is all the equipment replacement cycles all came out of CIP and budget over the years, okay? And that's what, you know, we've traditionally done. I'm not sure the word to use. I mean, interesting, I find a little, Nick was on CIP. And, you know, traditionally, we've always been waiting for CIP to conclude, you know? And CIP's always been criticized, you know, they take so long, they come, okay? CIP did a great job this year. They came in ahead of schedule, okay? They did these guys, they meet during the summertime. They present to the planning board, they get approved by the, you know, accepted by the planning board, and then it gets, you know, forwarded. And to not take anything that CIP has done into consideration and not even have a member on it this year, and then just say they're gonna change that number of what's gone through CIP has developed over the years, I just have a little difficulty with that.
So, I am not in favor of deferring police cruisers. I respect the fact that vehicles now, that are made nowadays are probably built better than they were back in the 70s or something like that, but I think that these police cruisers, this is not a vehicle that I'm going to give to my daughter to drive to the high school or to go to work with. This is a vehicle, this is a frontline vehicle that is going to emergency responses for a variety of different things, whether that be a domestic violence issue, whether that be a burglary in progress, whatever it is, a traffic accident. And I prefer to have the peace of mind to know that these frontline vehicles have less than 90,000, that these are the best vehicles that we can put out there, not vehicles that are susceptible to breakdown. And I understand that we have got good town mechanic who tries to keep these things in good condition, but I just don't think that this is the right, you know, way to go. And I think it also is just, we have historically, prior boards have had the wherewithal and the commitment to this process that levels things out. And I think our police department, whether it be this chief or prior chiefs, has said, okay, we're gonna use these vehicles until they hit 90,000, then we're gonna turn them over to detectives and other back, you know, operations. Then on top of that, we take vehicles and these older ones that have 120,000, 130,000, and we give them to other non-essential, non-emergency use for other departments. So I think we're getting the most, and then after that, we put them out to auction and we get money back. So we're getting a lot of value out of all of these vehicles. I just don't think it's a wise move. I just think that, again, these are our frontline emergency response vehicles, and I'm not willing to take that chance. That's just me. So I would like to see that get reinstated into our budget. I think it's something that has worked well for us, and that's, to me, it's not worth saving $100,000 on that for 1 year. So it's not like we're saving $100,000 every year. It's a 1 year deal, and then every single vehicle, police cruiser that we have has to go 120,000, or we're gonna have to spend a lot more money to replace 6. at a given time. And again, I know folks out there, I know you can't see this, but, you know, this is our CIP matrix, 2011, and it goes all the way to 2016. And what you're going to see here is that we replace 3 cruisers every year, and it's a rotation. And that's something that has served our community well. And the reason why we do this is because we're trying to stabilize that tax rate. So we're going to take a break for biological needs. We'll come back at, let's go 7 minutes, so at 8:35 we'll come back. We're resuming our conversation with regard to CIP. We just talked about the issue with the replacement of the 3 police cruisers that is done on an annual basis. The next issue, the next big item was $550,000, and that was for a combination tanker pumper. And again, I apologize for trying to rehash, but I think it's important when you communicate, even to communicate it 4 or 5 times. The fire department over the last several years has done a good job in terms of consolidating the number of apparatus that we have. We used to have 2 ladder trucks. We have now we have 1. And the fire chief is trying to do the similar things with various pieces of equipment to try to reduce the number. And again, this kind of goes with that. And going to what Selectman Fournier was mentioning before in terms of out years, the goal is to replace an engine 5 and tanker 5 with 1 piece of apparatus, and to use $142,000 from a capital reserve fund for that particular purchase. And again, that has been put off, in essence, by recommendations of the Budget Committee. On the heels of that purchase, in 2012, which is next year, there was another engine that was going to be scheduled for replacement, and that was a cost of another $500,000. So we're looking at, you know, between this year and next year, about $1 million worth of fire engine replacements. Again, these are not new. They're new, but they're replacing either 1 or 2 pieces of existing equipment. Then after that, we appear to be in pretty good shape, with the exception of an ambulance purchase in 2015. So in that respect, you know, we do have, if we were to defer this tanker pumper another year, we still are not, it's going to back up against the other fire engine. The next is in Public Works, and you'll recall that last year we had a warrant article, and that was for 3 pieces of equipment. It was that fire engine that I just mentioned, that tanker pumper. It was also for a Mack truck, vacuum truck, and it was, hold on.
247.
That's the Packer. It's a Packer. It was a solid waste vehicle, which was $247,000, and a dump truck, which was for $214,000. Okay, so it was those 3 pieces of equipment were all lumped together as an article, and we were going to be taking advantage of very low interest rates, and we were going to finance it, all 3 pieces. That did not pass last year, so consequently, the need still arises, is still there. With regard to the Sterling 1999 10-wheeler, and again, I'll seek assistance from my peers here, but this 10-wheeler is more of a workhorse type of vehicle. It has a bigger body. It can hold more sand and salt. It goes on longer routes, and basically by having equipment like this, we've been able to have the need for, say, less driver or you know, 1 less truck, because it can go on longer routes without coming back to get refilled, etc. That vehicle is going to be now 12 years old, and it has, I would say, somewhere around 11,500 hours on it. It is rusting. I don't know who's had an opportunity. Steve, did you get a chance to take a look at it? Can you talk? I mean, that's something you used to do.
appearance-wise, when we look at the trucks, there's a lot of working mechanisms underneath it to facilitate the sand, and of course, in the bed, and there's the bed portion that they're having issues with. And so when you look at the cab as the truck goes down the road, it'll look very nice, but it's all the working mechanisms that are in the salt throughout the winter, and that's where it really takes the wear and the tear, parts that we don't see.
Okay, so I think, the big question that we have to, and which we've kind of hashed over and over again, but maybe it's something that this is one of the areas where we do compromise on, is that, is it worthwhile for us to spend $40,000 on this vehicle to replace the body, knowing that it's a 12-year-old vehicle and it could have engine, transmission issues a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Is that a chance that we want to take? Because that is essentially the recommendation of the Budget Committee. So, what does the board want to do there? Just curious.
Either ask the Budget Committee to reinstate the money back into the budget or go forward with an article.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in on that?
What was the price we had for replacing that? Not the vehicle, but the body.
40.
40.
So you're about 18 to 20% of the value of, around 10% of the,
No,
you're 18, 20% of the value of the vehicle to put a bed on a 12-year-old vehicle.
I thought that
It
when we-
begs thought.
Right, when we initially talked about it, that was exactly what the issue was, is that there comes a point where you gotta make that decision, and I think even individuals with older cars make the decision all the time, should I put in, $3,000 or $4,000 in terms of engine work or repairs to my vehicle, knowing that something else could break down 6 months after I do that, and would I be putting good money after bad? And, I think that's the question, and, I hear from some people, they say, well, why can't you, I know people who are in the private industry, and they drive these things for 20 years, but I don't necessarily know if they're using.
Not work like
not
ours.
working them, they're used a lot. So where do we wanna go with that one? And Steve, you took a look at it, and,
I mean, trucks are like any other piece of equipment. Obviously, they're frontline, you need them, it's all the time, but when you do run into repairs with those, it will be costly, and then you're gonna deal with the downtime. So when you take a venture and say, hey, I'm gonna put in 20% of the value of the vehicle, and I'm hoping to get, the question is, what are you hoping? Are you hoping to get 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years? That's the question that wasn't answered, I think, in all our discussions. Were we trying to go 40,000 to get 1 year? Were we trying to get several years? I never quite understood, I shouldn't say, I've never quite got a clarity as far as what we were trying to do with that 40,000 also.
yes,
Just looking at this as I don't want to say a wish list, because it's a little bit more than a wish list, but what's the reality of getting all of these items that we think, if I had to look at any of these, I would opt for this particular vehicle to replace the body, to replace those working parts and see if we can get several more years out of it, with the hopes of replacing some of these other items that we don't have the ability to do that with.
it's a good, that's a good point, because we don't have options on the solid waste vehicle other than deferring it, et cetera, and we don't have other options on the fire engine, tanker pumper. It's either whereas this one, we're taking a calculated risk, but it's a calculated risk. And it's $40,000, it's not $140,000. So,
Are we talking an article?
no, I think
No, on the other ones is what I'm asking.
well, let's just say that we'll leave, I'm willing to, I don't really like this idea, but I have to respect the fact that there are two other pieces of equipment that I think in the pecking order we have less options on for one, and that we need to replace ASAP. Where this one, I think we still have to replace it. I think we should replace it. If I had to, I would reluctantly agree to put 40 grand into it and try to get another 3-4 years out of it.
And that would be within the budget,
Correct.
and so,
So now that leaves, if we went that route, if we collectively went that route, that would leave us with the solid waste vehicle, which is almost, $250,000, 247, let's just say it's 250,000. And it leaves us with the $550,000 for the fire truck, less the 142 coming out of the capital reserve.
I understand that.
So then the question is
And the
do
101.
we, and the 101 for the police cruiser. So the question, then is, begs the question, do we simply put all these back into our budget, all three pieces of equipment, or do we separate out each one, or do we separate out only one or two? And that's really what we collectively have to kind of agree on. Last year, the feedback that we got from some folks, I don't know, they said they didn't like the fact that we lumped all three vehicles together. They would have liked to have voted on them separately. And we went back and forth on that. We made a decision last year that we felt that all three were very critical pieces to need a replacement. We didn't want to go and simply let people pick and choose which one. We felt all three were needed.
Do you have a vote count on that one last year? If you ever handy, that'd be.
Yeah,
appreciated.
online I
Thank
do.
you.
Well, there's one other thing too.
We needed 60% vote last year.
I know,
too.
but I was
Keep
just
that in
curious
mind.
what
I don't
the-
think it cleared 50, but.
No,
One other thing too is
I think
that's
it
not
did either.
traditionally the way that we do vehicles. So
Right.
almost invariably, whenever you put something like that that's never been on,
Right.
it's, people are leery about it, so they will, I'm not saying that's the reason why, but I'm saying that probably did not help.
Anyone have any ideas?
That's a card you might want to put on the table when, if you continue to defer vehicle replacements, at some point in the future, you have vehicles that just aren't operational anymore, and you're desperate to buy something, and instead of you're buying lots of vehicles, and therefore you, more than likely, rather than having a one-year expense, you go for a bond.
Well,
And,
I-
that's where we're going if we continue to defer CIP purchases.
yeah, and I think one of the things that, has served the community well, CIP has served the community well. And when you look at 2012, and if I just look at DPW alone, okay? We have for all intents and purposes, the vacuum truck. That's the one that cleans out catch basins. That's nearly a $400,000 piece of equipment. We also have a dump truck. Again, we do the same thing. We schedule these dump trucks out over, and that one happens to be a 2000, so that'll be a 12-year-old dump truck. We then have a Caterpillar grader, and there's a dozer, and we have another dump truck for 92,000. So the list kind of goes on and on. So in 2011, we had, for DPW, we essentially, CIP only approved two. They deferred everything. They moved everything out. They approved $461,000 worth of equipment for DPW. In the year 2012, that number is $803,000. So it's not like if we put one of them off, okay, then, so if we put one of them off, then 2012 becomes 1 million.
Right.
And even if you keep deferring and deferring, it's still, you still have that pretty significant hump. We can't, and a lot of those things are things like, we have our dump trucks, our garbage trucks. There's really nothing altogether fancy out here that we don't use a lot. So that's kind of my concern. I'll just throw it out here. One of the things that I was thinking about was, again, I'm not too pleased with this one, but maybe we put the 40 grand into this 10-wheeler and see what happens. For one, if it's something where we get lucky and we get 3 or 4 more years out of it, then maybe it's something we consider in the future. You know, maybe if these vehicles can last 15 years mechanically, then maybe it's something that we consider in terms of replacing bodies. That's one, I'll throw that out.
Good question then.
Yeah.
Because when I look at CIP, I look at the total of it. Are we talking that we're going to weigh equipment in more value than adding to the road program? I mean, are we trying, where are we steering with this?
Well, when I look at, again, I'm not.
You can
kinda
follow what I'm saying, in other
completely-
words, there's $500,000 that was reduced from the road program.
Right.
We had already reduced it to a low amount, then it went to that $1 million figure. And then we're talking, obviously, $500,000 with the fire truck, $200,000 for the dump
Right.
truck, $130,000 for those. Are we talking that we're going to, and I understand what you're doing with that dump truck, but we're talking about vehicles, but are we going to treat each one separately as far as the road plan, the vehicles?
I'll explain myself. Again, I would prefer to put back into our budget the monies that were cut by the budget committee for the road program, just to stay true to the 1,559,524 for our road program. That would stay in our budget. And then with regard to there are 4 pieces of equipment or sets of equipment. The police cruisers, I would put back into the budget. Again, reluctantly, I would spend the $40,000 to do the dump truck and hope and pray that works. And then with the other 2 pieces of equipment, the garbage truck, I'd prefer to keep that in the budget. I would prefer to keep the fire truck in the budget as well, but if the board feels inclined to separate these things out as to special articles, then perhaps maybe that's the route we should go. We could also do that as a contingency. So if we can't get it into our budget, then we simply, it's left out there, you know, as a, if the voters at the deliberative session understand and agree with our rationale, then if it passes and our budget gets amended, then we simply make a motion to zero out those lines, you know, and if our budget doesn't get amended, then our argument is then let the voters decide if they want, you know, a fire truck or if they want a garbage truck. I don't know, just a thought. Nick?
When you say amended, are you suggesting that we put these as articles currently as placeholders on the warrant, go to the public hearing and request that they amend the budget, include those things in the
Yes.
budget?
Right.
And then if they
And
do not do
failing-
that,
And failing that, then we make motions at the deliberative session.
Right, and if it does.
to amend our budget by $1 million or
Right,
whatever it
and
is.
if that passes, then we eliminate, you reduce the lines for those separate articles to 0, because they're not needed, it's in your they're in your budget. And if it fails, if that motion fails to amend the budget, then the voters are gonna have a say if they want a fire truck, or if they want a garbage truck, or whatever else. It's an option, I'm just trying to
I would
be as
prefer
creative as possible here.
I would prefer going that route.
Everybody wants their tax bill to be low as possible or to decrease, but the reality of it is that, you know, in order to maintain our roads, in order to provide fire services and police services, we have to keep on top of this stuff, and we've already done too many deferrals, in my opinion, and, you know, and I haven't even talked about some of our other capital needs that we've put off. I mean, we have antiquated financial software in this town, which was a significant cost, which we have deferred. We did GIS flyover, deferred. We have, you know, a lot of things that are getting, you know, deferred, which don't make a whole lot of sense. But we've done that because we're trying to, you know, prioritize, you know, what needs to get done, so. It's kind of where we're at. Where does everybody else wanna go with this? We could spend all night, you know, trying to hash it out, but I just don't see too too many options. You know, like I said, I'm willing to try to compromise a bit on this dump truck, and I do so reluctantly, but I think it's, you know, let's try to
No,
meet the
I
budget
agree
committee
on the dump
somewhere,
truck.
you know?
I mean, reluctantly, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, faced with what we have in front of us,
Right.
if you prioritize it, you know, that's an option that we have.
So then the question before us is that, you know, we could go in with trying to amend our budget upwards to reflect the road program, the police cruisers, and the two other pieces of equipment, keeping as placeholders, you know, special warrant articles for 1, 2, 3, or all 4 of them. You know, that's an option. And then if we're successful, and if we can make a persuasive enough argument to the budget committee and to the community, then those become moot, because we don't need to fund them. If we're not successful, then we are letting the voters decide, if they want to replace the fire engine, if they want to replace their garbage truck, if they want to replace their 3 police cruisers, et cetera, so. And again, we don't have to, it doesn't have to be a special article for all 4 of those things, or I'm sorry, all 3 of those things. It could just be 1. It could be fire engine only. It could be, you know, it depends what the board wants to do.
Will we be addressing the other 200,000 in operations also?
Well, interestingly, I think we do, and I think it all, as, you know, Nick, you've been kind of looks like you've been keeping a tally here in terms of what we're realizing in terms of the $90,000 and our, you know, bond that we're not gonna have to pay, and savings in workers' compensation, and then taking a look at so that may kind of offset each other, although in various lines, it doesn't make sense to us, like we have to pay the property insurance and some other things, but,
Do you wanna work from your original number and do adjustments to that number?
You mean within operations?
In everything. You had a total budget of 20.3 million, do you wanna do your reductions from there?
I think there's 2 options. I mean, we either, technically, it's not our budget.
Right.
Technically, it's the budget committee's budget, so adjustments should be made to their budget, not to our budget.
I believe we should be able to make a compelling argument on say, 20 line items out of the 150 that they took money from. If we make an argument on 15 or 20 line items to restore some or all of those 15 or 20 line items, and then see where that comes from. As, you know, the original.
And that's where what I would be in favor of, is looking at these capital purchases and separate those out as articles, then go through our budget and identify those things that we need to be funded. Tally them up, and then at the deliberative session or at the public hearing, we make a case and say, these items were not funded, we think they should be, this is the dollar amount we're looking for. Treating the operating budget separately, and then go forward with these special articles and let the voters decide. We're gonna vote to recommend these items that they're needed, and then the voters will decide. I don't think realistically, if we walk into the deliberative session or the public hearing at the budget meeting, asking our budget to be increased by $1.5 million, we're gonna stand a chance. That's my own, and I may be wrong.
I don't know, I
But
guess.
I think we stand a better chance of just identifying those budget pieces separately that we need funding for.
I don't,
And then-
I'm sorry, why don't you go?
Jump in. Last year, when beginning of this year, we had that letter that went out to the taxpayers saying, by the way, there could be a large increase coming up in the fall. I know for me personally, you know, from where I was looking at, I was kind of concerned about that. In fact, I went and I made arrangements to have more each month taken out, because I was expecting a large increase. And, you know, when people talk, and my feeling when I talk with people with taxes is that, though people always complain about taxes, I complain myself, it's the jump in the increase that concerns me more than anything else. In other words, I've been budgeted, I've been planning on,
Right.
you know, on my continuous piece. And I understand what you're saying is, hey, by the way, address the operating part, put CIP out for articles, and let the voters decide. But it's still, I still feel that if for some reason, if those articles don't pass, I'll be in that same situation next year wondering, how big is this jump gonna be for me this year? And that's the thing that concerns me the most.
The thing,
In other words, because,
But why wouldn't it pass?
well, no, let's say, but if it doesn't,
Let's assume, but why wouldn't it pass?
I think it's, and hear me out with that, I don't think and I think historically, I don't think these articles do well with that. It's easy when, in other words, at that moment, to look at that just at a large piece of equipment saying, hey, let it go one more time. I think it becomes more difficult as you understand the equipment more, understand the CIP process more, then it becomes a little more, then you start looking at, hey, what does this mean next year, the year after, when you're more attached to it? And it's hard to communicate those pieces out, and I think little communication does get out with that. That's my concern, is that all of a sudden next year, you're looking at, hey, we wanna go from that $1 million road program to 2 because we didn't do anything with the roads. We didn't spend anything in equipment last year, and we have this other equipment coming up. Then all of a sudden, you're saying, hey, there will be a drastic jump within the tax rate, because eventually you're going to be forced to do something with this.
and that's kind of where I was going with this, is that when you say, how am I going to convince, the community that spending $1.5 million more is gonna be palatable, right? I would explain it that we're gonna be able to do all this, and your town side part of your tax rate is not increasing. I mean, that was our goal. Our goal was level funded and trying to keep that tax rate as reasonable as possible. And it's been a really difficult effort, because unlike last decade, when you were on the board and you had revenues coming in terms of a lot of building and different things going on, where you could offset some of your personnel cost increases, et cetera, it's been flat as a pancake for the last, relatively 3 years. So we're making really tough decisions right now. And I would be able to tell our community, yep, we've made some really difficult decisions. We cut $500,000 from a road program. We're funding it less than we did last year, but we're replacing essential pieces of equipment, like a fire truck, like police cruisers, like a garbage truck, which you rely upon. And we're doing so, and it's not going to increase your taxes. So if you're looking to have a tax decrease, and you're willing to forego the possibility of having a huge spike in next year or the year after, then that's your choice at this deliberative session. However, I'm gonna strongly recommend that you don't go that route, because our job is to not have, an EKG of a tax rate. I'm trying to keep it as flat, knowing that it's not gonna be flat, that it's always gonna be kind of going upwards, but it's gonna be a modest increase, not crazy spikes. And that's how I would try to explain it.
And what you're talking about is really what brought about CIP.
Right.
The beginning of CIP, actually Goffstown was one of the first communities that instituted a CIP program. And that was exactly as Steve pointed out, the ups and downs and the ups and downs. You get into the issue of the special articles for the vehicles. Okay, well, before CIP was instituted into the budget, that's what you had. You had a operating budget, and you had a list. I mean, if you go back and look at some of the earlier warrants, like 70s, right, you look into that, okay? Now, as you say, you'd have all these vehicles on there, okay? They have to be replaced. So if you don't get them this year, they're gonna wind up going back on. And what gets approved, what doesn't get. One year, all of a sudden, the budget might go up this, next year it goes down, next year it goes up, and it's that planning, because what I found when I went on my mortgage, my mortgage company would not increase more than, they have to base it on the past year's taxes. They could not increase it on there. They told me to take the money and put it in a savings account and do it, but they couldn't do it that way. So as far as that planning, I mean, that budgeting, we have X amount of money coming in, we have to spend X, and how do we do our monthly, household expenses? And that's what's important, is what your expenditures are. So the whole purpose of CIP is to try to smooth everything over. It's put into the budget so that you don't have that spiking. And traditionally, that's why we only put in new programs. Went in as special articles. When a program was new, it got voted on by everybody.
So, as we're, discussing this, so those are the options that we have. I mean, we can, go through this, and go through some of these changes and say, okay, we can live with, let's say there are, 50 or 75 changes that the budget committee made. Say, okay, maybe we can live with, 40 of them. We can't live with these other 20, and therefore we're reinstating them and come up with that number. The other thing I want to kind of throw out here, and again, it talks about the special warrant article, is we have to come to terms with our non-union employees and whether or not we want that as a separate article. And that was something that was also discussed a couple of months ago. Does that, as you know, what you saw from what the budget committee did, they reinstated 2% COLA in the library budget, and I think in PEG TV or something like that. We have to then also make that decision. Do we want that to go before the voters in a separate article, or should that be incorporated in the budget?
Well, I guess, if I can, the question that I would have is, how would you go forward with, how do you do that if you have those numbers in, for some employees, in part of the budget?
No, I guess what I was driving at, Phil, was that this it's either all or none. Either
Oh,
we're going,
okay.
either we're going to.
Saying the same thing.
Yeah, I
Right,
think
yeah,
we're saying the same
right.
thing.
Either we're gonna have a 2% COLA adjustment for all non-union employees in our budget, or we're going to remove that 2% that is in a couple of these departments, library and PEG TV, take that out and make it a special article for everybody. So that's another thing that has to be, considered here as we come up with this budget, because it all will be part and parcel, so. Has anybody given that any thought, in terms of all these, that's yet another article, if we go, if we're gonna have road program, police cruisers, a garbage truck, fire truck, special article for town employee, cost of living raise, non-union folks, then you have potential bargaining unit. I mean, you're gonna have quite a lengthy, warrant.
In the normal course of events, your raises, COLA or steps for the non-union would be within the operating
Right.
budget. And to take that out of the operating budget and make it a separate article is, I think, a dangerous precedence. And, if it passes, we achieve our aim. If it doesn't pass, do we continue with the precedence? May not always be successful. I would like to stay with status quo, and those increases are part of a normal budget operating expense.
Steve?
One of the things when we started the process early on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and we make, once again, we make the argument at the public hearing. Failing success there, we make the argument at the deliberative hearing for an increase in the operational budget for the following 10 or 15 or 20 reasons, whatever the lines are we pick on.
I mean, one of the things when we started the process, there was a lot of conversation, was the budget and what, as far as a dollar figure, would it be an increase over last year or a decrease? And when we start talking about the road program and these vehicles, it's not an increase to last year's budget. And the other thing is, we're not gonna have articles on this year for land purchases also. I mean, I think I don't believe we do, correct? We shouldn't have a land purchase article.
No.
Okay. And our intentions was to have a budget the same as last year, dollar-wise. And that's what we did, that's what we have the capabilities of producing and doing. And I think that was the intent, and I still sit there today. I don't look at these differences from us in the budget committee that we're adding on things. I think we've done a great job when you look at the cost of all things going up, that we've held it to the same as last year. And I think the equipment we're looking at when you put it out to an article, you put it at risk, that it doesn't pass, and you put yourself at risk for those spikes. And I think that's where, sometimes I think that's where that tough decision is. It's easy to say, hey, let's just put it out for an article and let the people decide that. And some people would say, well, let the voters have the decision-making process, and that's good. But part of that process was gonna be is all the information out there, and will the consequences when the consequences down the road, is all that understood by everyone out there? I'm not sure if that's the right move.
And just so we're all clear here, since Sue, does this include, the $90,000 in this one that you did here?
No, it's off the page.
I say that because if I can direct all the board here, if you take a look at the budget, last year, including special articles,
Talking about page 1?
page 2, I apologize. Page 2. If you go down and take a look at the 2010 budget, it's $20,207,555.
Right.
Okay? You take a look at what the Board of Selectmen
23.
is $20,392,548.
Yeah.
So, we're about $185,000 shy, okay, of that target, okay?
Is that including raises?
No, and that's why, and I'm not sure if it includes,
No, it doesn't.
no, and it does not include the $90,000, right?
Nope.
Okay, or the other 20,000 in,
Workers' comp is 12,350,
Right,
because
12.
part of it was already adjusted earlier.
okay. So, my sentiment here is that I think we somehow, if that's what the target is, we still have a little bit of work to do, especially if we're trying to possibly incorporate,
Are you just going with body repair in the 10-wheeler?
yeah.
Because that would do it, the
Yeah.
difference
But
there.
that's what,
Right.
that with the other,
With the 89,
Right.
that does it, you're there.
you're there.
Well, wait a minute. Oh, yeah,
Yes, if we,
The level fund, if your goal
No,
is a
no, no,
level
wait,
funded
wait,
budget.
wait. If we do the body on the dump truck, it's not in the budget.
we have to talk about that, because if you recall, it didn't appear as if that whole 40,000 was there, so.
I believe they reduced the maintenance line to the level of $10,000 and added 40 onto
Yes,
that to
that's
make it
exactly
50.
what they did. But I think,
Gotcha.
now, I personally don't think that we need to spend our meeting tonight trying to do that, and maybe a workshop or working with Sue, collectively, we can, hit that. I don't know if we wanna go through it,
We would need a list of those
Right.
10, 15, 20 line items
But-
that we want to emphasize.
I think what we do need to have is some sort of understanding as to, how we're going, to proceed with, if the target, which we've long talked about, is the same as last year's budget, then taking a look at making sure that that is also somewhat equivalent to a level tax rate. That's another issue, which it should be pretty close. It depends how much money is used with fund
It's
balance.
also gonna depend on what the valuation is.
Right.
Because if we have, any new, major developments.
I mean, you have Rite Aid, that's the full year. You've got a couple of
We
things.
got the
yeah.
veterinary,
The vet-
got
yeah,
the veterinary.
Not the hospital, I mean, the clinic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you have a few things that are kind of coming online, but, so I think that's kind of where we kind of need to, shake out as well. So not only level funded, but also where does that flesh out in terms of, the tax rate piece? The big question is, does this board want to try to amend or present an alternative budget at the public hearing and at the deliberative session? And if so, keeping place markers for how many articles and that type of thing? I mean, I'm of the mindset personally that CIP is a good thing to have. It keeps the tax rate, keeps things, it's a good planning mechanism, it keeps it somewhat stable. And I'm not in favor of having 5 or 6 or 7 different warrant articles and having a, Monty Hall, let's make a deal on what we're gonna, do.
Because if you're gonna
I was
do that-
elected, I was elected to represent this town. And as much as I respect the voters out there, you've elected me to go through all this stuff, to spend a lot of time with these other 4 people, to recommend what we think makes best sense for you. And although I respect, ultimately you vote on budgets and you vote on a lot of things, but I'm not a big fan of à la carte budgeting. And I think sometimes it makes sense on a hot button issue, whether it be, whatever topic, and it's a policy type thing, maybe you wanna do it, but I think I think David said something poignant where he's like, it just sets a bad precedent where he's gonna put everything out and have people, pick and choose. This is not a clear democracy. I think it is a representative form of government, and you have to trust your elected officials that we're kind of doing the right thing.
Let's not go there, it's not.
What?
It's a pure democracy.
What?
This is the only pure democracy.
Yeah.
But I have a question.
Yeah.
We're looking at half of the picture here. How about the revenue side? What does that look like? I mean, we're talking about love just coming in at last year's numbers.
And that's what
is
I
not-
mentioned. I mean, I think our revenues, we have to have what does revenues look like? Because I think ultimately, we can say level funded all we want, but I think really the desire is a level tax rate. At the
That's
end of
my
the day.
intention.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone's
Right.
intention is that.
Or,
So that's
or
dependent
on
within a
revenues.
couple of pennies.
Or pretty darn close,
And that's dependent on
Right.
revenues.
Right.
So,
The revenues are flat.
yeah.
We had those revenues, I don't think any of their actions cut out any revenues.
But also our valuation though,
Mm-hmm. I can get that estimate from.
because we might have some increase in valuation.
Or decrease.
Or decrease, right.
Well, you will have a decrease. The new values go in and we're at, what, 105% assessed valuation. But that's not real.
That's just,
Right.
it's just a redistribution
Exactly.
of the pie.
Right.
Right,
Um,
what I'm talking about.
You're talking
is-
about new things that have come online,
The
like
veterinary
Rite Aid,
clinic.
the clinic, the CMC clinic, et cetera.
We can get an
Any
estimate on
new
that.
homes that may have come online,
We've been
that type
really
of thing.
conservative on estimating that.
Right. And I don't
Like
think,
at 0.5% or, 0.25%. I think this year we said no increase and we did have an increase.
Do we have a trend, let's say for auto registrations, because that's a monthly thing, is it trending down, is it
Yeah.
trending up, is it?
Down, still going down.
Really?
And has that been will that be projected?
Yep.
That-
Yep.
So the next year's revenue should be less than this year's, not flat.
depends. Well, it
But in
depends,
other
it may be
areas-
offset by something else.
Yeah, exactly. But overall, I'm talking it's flat.
Are there any other, so overall it's flat, so we may see some decreases in motor vehicle registrations, but we may see some upticks in new properties that may have come online that may offset that. I mean, you may have a $100,000 decrease in motor vehicle registrations, but you have a $100,000 increase in valuations because of a couple of buildings that went up and some new homes. All right. So that still gets me back to what I was saying before, is it, Nick, I think you've pretty much stated that you wanna see some special articles, or separate articles. Is there anything specific that we wanna see in the budget that we don't wanna see as a special article, or a separate article? Or what's the consensus of the board? You've expressed your opinion, I've expressed mine, Nick has expressed his. Where does everybody else stand on this?
I'd prefer to see it in the budget, because we have a CIP process, there's a value to the CIP process. If you're gonna start doing it differently, then why have a CIP process?
Steve, where do you wanna go?
I would like to see us go to deliberative session with it all in one budget, and at that point, let those people, when the voters are there, let them look at that and look at the decision. They'll be weighing between, honestly, the budget committee won't produce that budget, but they'll be able to see what those two comparisons are, and they'll be able to make their
Okay.
adjustments there. That's where it all
Okay.
takes place.
Okay, so that being the case, there still is then the notion of having some separate articles as a means of an option, meaning that if it does not pass, if we're not successful in convincing the community that increasing the budget to what the selectmen believe is responsible, for providing the services to the community, what is the fallback? And then the fallback then would be the budget committee's budget, or the default. Then the other fallback is that they would then have the opportunity to weigh in on things like a fire truck, a garbage truck, police cruisers, et cetera. And does this board wish to keep, what placeholders does this board wish to have? That's the but Sue needs to know that, because as we develop the warrant, if there's gonna be, separate articles, then she needs to know what those are going to be, so she can, contact DRA and attorney.
Well, what's the
to
deadline for special articles?
Next week.
The 11th?
Yeah.
Tuesday. Same, and their
Right.
public hearing is on
Right.
Wednesday, so you won't have the results of the public hearing
Now,
before the deadline for special.
I know we don't like to meet a lot, but I mean, if this is something that this board needs to, sleep on or something, but I think we might need to meet again this week,
Yeah.
to
I don't have
give,
a problem with that,
with what?
meeting again this week. As long as it's not Wednesday night.
I don't think you have any meetings this week anyway. The ZBA tomorrow night, but no one goes to that from here.
Any meeting could be, I mean, this is more important than any meeting we might
Yeah.
go at this point in time, so that's.
So it could, Thursday is not a whole lot of time, but it's enough time that on Friday and Monday, you could,
Mhm.
you can do enough that we could then take votes on stuff.
So you're just saying which articles you wanna hold as, you wanna have as placeholders right now?
Well, there's a couple of things, yes, that I think I think that's.
But you have to highlight, the ones that you said were asterisked as you went through this.
Right.
Are those
We
the
have to-
ones that we want to address?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that,
Because we're
okay,
talking-
let's go special articles
Thank
first.
you.
Okay.
Road program,
Yes.
police
But,
cruiser.
See, I have an issue
No,
with the road.
just hear me out. I'm not saying we have to
As
go
a
that route.
backup.
I'm just saying that we're not gonna have a special article for, $5,000 or something. But for your more significant, of the $1.6 million, you've got $100,000 for police cruisers, you've got $500,000 and $550,000 in land and improvements, which is the road program. You've got, the fire truck, you've got the garbage truck, and that's it. So you've got,
Can we just go to page 3 and just run down from Article 7 down?
Yes, that's
Okay,
where
why don't
we
just do
started.
that? I mean, from 7 down, because I think we're gonna get to Article 8, and we've already made the decision to repair the truck and not put an article out for the full truck. I mean, or I
Okay.
better get it.
Going
was
where
that
to,
the-
page
it says-
what? 3?
Page 3 on the.
So Article
Oh,
8.
the warrant.
Oh, we're
Time
on
out.
the warrant, okay.
On the warrant, under
okay,
5A1.
we're gonna start with 6.
She thought you were talking about.
And indulge me, and
Oh,
let's start
sorry.
with 6.
You wanna start with 6?
I am not
I
in,
don't think we can,
I don't think we
No.
can.
Not yet.
we're still in the middle of negotiation.
well, when are we? I'm just serious.
By the end of the week.
Yeah, the end of the week.
All
We
right.
can do 7 down, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct, all right.
Okay, so 7 would be the placeholder. Right? Would be a placeholder,
Mhm.
Yes,
potentially.
yes.
Okay.
8 would
Okay, so
be,
keep, that stays.
right.
Yes.
All right, we'll fill in the.
Now, 8 would be amended because we are not replacing a 1999 10-wheel dump truck. We would just simply be replacing the 2000 solid waste automated
Okay,
collection
so
vehicle.
8's gone.
No, 8, only
Half
part
of
of it is, half of it.
The solid
Oh,
waste.
okay, gotcha.
Solid
Only,
waste.
only the 10-wheel dump truck
Right,
part
right.
is omitted.
Can we stop for a second there, then what happens with the 40? In other words, if we don't have a change within the operating budget, we're gonna bypass on the repair of it?
No, we'll hit the operating budget later.
Well, I know,
This is
but I
just-
mean-
No, but I know, I
You
understand.
don't see where I'm gonna go in about, well, I'll let you go, Phil, you
We-
know where I'm going.
No, you already started. You're doing a good job.
You're correct. We need to make an argument to add more money back into vehicle maintenance, DPW.
Yeah, and if it doesn't go with that operating budget, are we gonna have never mind.
No,
Gotcha.
We might take the risk of not doing anything and
Yeah.
let the vehicle fail.
I don't know, we'll cross that bridge, but,
Article 9, is
That's
that out,
foolish.
Dave?
Then we'll have to get a plow for the dump truck, for the
No.
garbage truck.
okay, what I want to know, is the replacement of the cruisers, is that something that that
Oh,
this
yeah.
board wants to keep as a placeholder, as a special article or not. Yay or nay? Now, I say this because if we are not successful in amending the budget higher, is this board prepared, if we feel committed to the police cruisers, are we prepared to take $100,000 from somewhere else to pay for it? Because if we're not, then you should put it as a special article.
The police cruisers wasn't one of your draft articles.
But it may need to be.
No, it wasn't, but it should.
Wasn't. So I agree, yes, it should be.
That's the consensus? Put it down there for now? So
Okay.
9 will then be the police cruisers.
Okay. Then the rail trail is gone?
Yes, I already
number-
said that
number
was
10 is
not
gone.
necessary.
Number 10 is gone?
No.
I'm sorry, no, 11, I
Okay.
apologize. 11. So 9 gets changed to police cruisers. 10 stays the same. That's the Main Street program. 11 is
Is
gone.
unnecessary. The match for that grant will be DPW labor and vehicle
Okay.
usage.
Um,
You already approved that match earlier this evening.
12?
12, yes.
Well, you're a yes. You're a no. Where are we with this revolving fund?
Police revolving.
Yeah.
Who's a yes and no?
Well,
You
that's a
did.
yes and that's a no, but, you were very quick to say yes, which is okay. But I don't know what the rest of the board, is with that.
And if you go forward with this, there's more language that has to be added, like
Yeah.
when you start it. And how you,
Mhm.
when you start funding it. But this will affect your operating budget article.
Yes.
That was
Whatever
gonna
you
be
do
my
here.
question.
Yeah, because you then have to add.
Well, that was my question.
Because we weren't prepared with this, the budget, were we?
I don't think we were.
I don't
No, I
think
think
we
we
were.
need to know how this is gonna impact the budget.
Well, you have, what, 85,000 budgeted for special detail, and the revenue was 120.
Took all of 10 seconds. Thank you, Sue.
No, still didn't answer the question. If we go forward with this article, how is this going to affect?
You still needed seed money.
Yes,
in
you're going to
your
have to
budget.
say as of July 1st, all revenues coming in from special detail will go into this fund, so that you can
Yeah, but-
start on,
I just wanna make sure if we go forward with this article, do we have to add anything to the operating budget?
you're
Yes.
going to decrease your
For
revenue
revenue,
in your
which will,
operating budget.
which will impact your tax rate.
We need to know by how much.
I thought also during this discussion, we talked about that we really needed a different financial software to be able to track all of this. We were also talking about combining police and fire, and
Yeah.
the end result, at least, the conversation was that, good idea, but just not at this time.
Yeah, that was my take. And again, I'm okay with the
Well, I
con.
thought that the board left it to find out from finance if it could be done. Because that's where we left the question,
Here-
because we could not get our questions answered as to why not.
How do I put this? I am fine with this concept, I'm fine with the revolving fund, but just like everybody else wants to defer things, there's so many fish to fry right now, that this is just, it's too complicated to we gotta try to figure out the revenues, can it be done by finance? I'm hearing conflicting messages, and.
I understand,
And I'd rather, again, we're talking about prioritization, and this is not
No.
big on my
I
priority
guess
list.
I'm disappointed because we wanted that detail 2 months ago, and I guess we don't have it.
Well, anything can be done, but what I said was it will create much more work for finance, and they will be tagging on administrative fee to recoup their time, because they just have been loaded on with more and more to do.
Right, but I guess the question that I recall the board wanting to know was how much more is it involved? I mean, that was the question that was asked, and the board.
It's another fund to manage. With
I understand it's another.
software that isn't easily adaptable to do it.
So we'll write a footnote to ourselves that 6 months from now, we need to continue to make an argument for new software for financing accounting.
Yep.
And once we know,
I
once we
think we were
know
gonna
we're
have vendors in this year
successful
to
in
look at
that,
different ones. I think
Okay,
that was Nick's
let's
we'll go
suggestion.
into a revolving
rather than-
fund.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to, let's skip 12, okay, for now, we'll come back to it. 13, this was the ordinance pursuant to 3139C that allows us to do administrative enforcement for violations of municipal code. Was there any problems with this one? Carrie has drafted the ordinance. We're okay with this one?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it.
Okay. Okay, so you're not in favor, but that means that you would not be okay with putting it on the warrant then?
I'm not in favor of the article of doing this.
You're not in favor of putting it on?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone who is in favor of putting it
I'm
on?
in favor.
Yes.
I'm in favor. Are you in favor?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Phil, would you mind just why
Letting
you're
us
not,
know. Yeah.
because maybe a point of view that I haven't,
Why?
considered.
Because I don't think that this does what you, I think this has quite a few unintended consequences. Number one, we're putting more work on the current staffs that we have that are gonna be handling this. They're already shorthanded. Number two, all these ordinances that we have that are on the books, what you're going to start having is more calls for people who are having personal and neighborhood disputes, requesting that people are in violation and that they should be summoned. What you're getting into now is all the solid waste ordinance as far as when trash cans are left out, when they're put out. People requesting that somebody get a summons because their trash cans were put out before it's in the ordinance, or they're left out, they're still out in the street. We've gotten those calls in the past, but now that there's an ordinance for a summons, and somebody's in violation, and you get a person requesting that that person be given a summons, that's gotta be dealt with, because they're in violation of the ordinance.
I think ultimately, whether it be the code enforcement officer or whether it be a sworn officer, they're the ones who make that judgment call whether or not a person is in violation or whether or not they're going to strictly enforce, the code and give out, let's face it, people speed down the road. The police officer pulls them over. That officer has the discretion whether or not to give a warning or to give a summons.
Okay.
I don't see anything different than if it's a code enforcement officer on any other type of violations.
No, I see
It's
a
the-
difference, because
well-
if I'm a citizen and I want a person to be given a speeding ticket,
Right.
I'm the one that has to prove that they were speeding. And as a citizen, I cannot prove it because I don't have a
Well, I
radar.
understand that.
But if I have an ordinance that says that the trash cans have to be removed from the street by a certain time, and it's 2 hours, or it's a half a day, or a day later, and the cans are out there, and I call up and I request that person's in violation of that. That person's in violation because you're after the time. And to say that the code enforcement officer, you're saying the code enforcement officer. So now the code enforcement officer is out going around checking to see if trash cans are picked up or put out at the correct time. He can't do the load that he's doing. So we're gonna start sending the police out. Now the police are gonna be out, and you know what this gets to? When we started with a solid waste ordinance, the thing that the Board of Selectmen got so many people criticize us, oh, now we're gonna have trash police. So now we're gonna have an ordinance that gives people summonses for being in violation of any ordinance within the community.
Okay, you satisfied with his response?
Well, I just wanted another point of
And
view.
you-
I wanted to see where he was.
You recall
where
Attorney
he was coming
Drescher's,
from.
that he felt
Yes.
this didn't have any teeth. That you're just setting up to do collections of something you may never collect.
Well, I
And if
see
they
it as
really
a
wanted to
way
have-
that anybody is upset with their neighbor, they're gonna start calling up and they're gonna demand that these things be done.
Right.
I'm sorry.
And on the flip side of it, we have more than a handful of residents where we send them a letter, they don't obey. Now, granted, we can talk all we want about, well, but it gives us some sort of a tool where we can issue them a summons, we can try to enforce that summons, then drag them, but it gives us an opportunity for someone to plead guilty, to pay a fine, and do all other stuff, but I mean, it gives us some teeth, whereas right now, it is a paper tiger. It's like we play these
Take 'em
roller
to court.
coaster games. What?
Right now you have to take
You
them
have to take
right
them
to
to
court.
court,
There's
and I'm
no
saying if there is no in
if you do a
between.
plea by mail.
This gives you a little bit of an in-between step. I spoke to Carrie, it's not perfect, and I understand that it's not perfect, and there's not, there probably needs to be some tweaks legislatively on it, or actually, he told me that I think the courts have to try to massage this thing a bit. But I'd rather see the courts massage it over the next year or two, or change it legislative, at least to have it on the books, than just not have this tool whatsoever. And we have too many people that violate this stuff, they knowingly violate it, and then when we send them a letter, they cease, and then 2 months later, they start up again, and we don't take them to court. So it's just it's a game that we play, and I'd rather at least have on file the fact that there are X amount of summonses out there. Now, whether or not we can enforce these as judgments against people, I know that we can't, but, and maybe we can strengthen this up and have it as a lien or something like that at the end of the day, but at least it's something.
Yeah, that would require a change of
Yep,
state law.
I know.
And I guess that's where my question, we currently have ordinances. If someone violates an ordinance today, what happens?
You try to work with them, but if.
Depending on the type of ordinance, they can either be summoned to court or they get a warning letter, or that way, but eventually they would end up in court.
But
If this is enacted,
right,
You end up in court if they
How-
don't pay.
if this is enacted and someone violates an ordinance, what's the next step?
They get a ticket and they can plead by mail,
right.
or
They can go to court.
they can ignore it and then it ends up in court.
But then if they
It's
don't,
just another step.
but then if they
added
don't
step.
show up in court, the judge then has the ability to render they have the ability to render a judgment, potentially. In the worst case scenario, if we've given now them 3 or 4 or 5 summonses, that is on, and then if it does go to court, we can go to the judge and say, okay, here are the 5 summonses that we've issued. I understand you let them get off on the first 2 or 3, but now we're on 4 or 5, can you help us? I mean, I think it's something, it's better than nothing. I never expected this thing to be the cure-all, but it's a step in the right direction.
So
and I
who's
don't-
going to court?
What?
Who's going to court if it ends up in court?
Citation
Same
writing.
person that would go to court now.
Yeah.
No, it would be the person writing,
I disagree.
be
It
the
would
person.
be the enforcement officer,
Yeah.
the zoning officer. It would also have to be the officer that issued the ticket.
Right.
So,
Yes.
to show that there was a failure to appear, I would have to have my officer show up in addition to the code enforcement officer to say, yes, he was issued this ticket 3, 4, or 5 times, and each time he failed to appear.
Unless it was the code enforcement officer that issued the ticket.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, let me ask a question. Code enforcement officer gets a notice that this is coming to court, okay? How much time does he have to go and spend in court rather than be over here doing the work that he should be doing, that he can't get done as it is right now?
I guess I could reverse the question and say, how much time do you spend on the ones that are habitual offenders? And we
Writing
go-
letters all the time.
And we go around that process, and then the other part of that process is that when those people who are habitual offenders, who do this knowingly, and those are the ones that absorb most of the time, it also has an effect where it flares out to others who'll look at it and say, well, well, you know, I can do as I wish also. It sets a precedent, and I think,
And I agree with you, because I think that's where we were looking at this. for those
Precedent.
Habitual offenders, and, I mean, you're gonna have a percentage of people who will just pay the fine. You're gonna have a percentage of those people we're gonna
fight it.
wanna fight, that
Right.
we're gonna wanna fight because they're
Right.
habitual offenders. And the other ones, it's nothing more than we're getting now.
Better than nothing. I mean, if we use that logic, then we might as well eliminate every ordinance, because if we're gonna be so afraid that it's gonna take up court time, then we might as well eliminate half these ordinances and not even, even try to enforce them, because there's gotta be some teeth, and again, I don't think this is perfect, but it's a step. I don't know, are we still 4-1, are we 3, have we changed anyone's mind?
Haven't changed
All
my
right.
mind.
Next is the Article 14, and that was the, Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive 79E. Steve, I know that you were on economic development, and, that was, now, has that now been universally, and as I know that we had a defector, and now is he
He's
back
back
on
in
board?
ranks, he's back in ranks.
Okay. So, we're unanimous again?
We're unanimous. In fact, he was at a budget meeting and he said, hey, we're doing this also.
We're good? Okay.
Okay.
So, are we good with this one? And again, I don't think this is a cure-all either, but
No.
I think it gives
Another tool.
one more tool for economic development purposes. Next is 15, to see if the town will vote to adopt the town manager form of government as outlined in chapter 37. I think we're split on this. That's how we were, at least when we talked about it a month ago. I was the one who brought it up months ago. I just feel that our town has grown over 18,000 people. Whether we need another charter commission or we want to take a baby step and go with this one, but I just simply don't think that our current form of government with a board of selectmen and how we're proceeding is the most efficient and effective way. And I think a town manager form of government is a baby step to a more to a change, whether it's town council form of government. I mean, we're the 13th largest municipality in the state. We have others that are smaller than Goffstown that are cities, for crying out loud. And again, I respect everyone's opinion around the table. You know, if there are, whether it's the town manager form of government or whether it's we feel that we want to put forth another charter commission to study our form of government, but I just don't. I don't see this as the most effective way of running the town. And I'm not afraid of I know the town manager has hiring and firing ability. I understand that, and I know for some that's. I know that's problematic because you want to hire your police chief or you want to hire your fire chief, but I also know that if there was a town manager that there's processes that you can set up whereby the board of selectmen interviews a group of 3 or 4 candidates and then gives the final 2 or the final 1 for approval to the town manager. There's ways to kind of get around that one. But for the most part, I guess where I have one of the biggest concerns with our current system, and is that we have 4 or 5 department heads who then we have 4 or 5 different selectmen, and I just think it would be a bit more efficient if the board of selectmen dealt with a manager, and then that manager then executed that plan to the other department heads for greater consistency purposes. And like I said, I think that's the baby step. So I've spoken on why I would like to see us change our form of government in that direction. So anybody else, yay or nay on this thing?
I support this. I think it also speaks to performance and accountability within our government. When you look at all the other towns our size, I believe there was about 10 communities our size, and only 2 do not have a type of town manager form of government in our size. I'm not saying that because others have moved to that form that we should, but I think when we look at the size of Goffstown, the growth, and I'll have to say this, having sit here with the board, been on the budget committee for 3 years and a couple of years here, I think there's a room for improvement in how we handle things, and that's probably the big thing I look at. And whenever you look at any system or process, is there an improvement that's possible? And I think when you look at a town manager, you're going to be looking at that performance. You're going to be looking at accountability. You're going to be looking more at efficiency and streamlining it. And I also think it's going to speak to us as boards or future boards that there are sometimes I think we get caught in conversations that when you look at a part-time board and the amount of time we have, that I think our time could be spent better elsewhere. And I also think it'll speak to us looking at longer range projects, longer range plans, which I think, as finishing my second year here, we didn't get to as much as I had hoped we would. I'm not, and I think there would have been more time to get to those things that make more sense as a board.
All right, anybody else? Nick?
Just, I'm not opposed to a charter commission, a board to look at, or a committee to look at form of government, but I think just taking one thing and saying, we need a change, and we need a town manager to do it. There's town managers and town councils, and there's a number of different things, and for me, to just say, yep, I think a town manager is gonna be the thing that'll get us to be able to do the work that we wanted to do, or, I'm not convinced of that. I don't know enough about it.
If I could address that. Anything but going to a town manager form of government requires a charter commission. So we can't all of a sudden be a town council with a town manager. So the town manager allows us, if we were to go that route, when I say baby step, it still allows the Board of Selectmen to function in some respects similar to what we're doing now, but obviously giving more authority and discretion to the town manager to execute the affairs of the town. There's no doubt that it does that. But in essence, it allows the board to kind of step back and to be more involved in setting policy, more long-term planning, and it allows for us to determine whether or not going to a town council form of government is a viable option. So when I say the baby step, I think that the bigger step is for Goffstown to have a manager and a town council similar to like a Bedford or Londonderry or these other 10 communities that Steve is referring to. Do I think that we should have a mayor and a board of aldermen? I don't know. I mean, certainly maybe we're not there, but we are certainly either at that point where we are very similar, if not identical, to other towns that have town councils and managers. I think we're there. The baby step to getting there is to determine, hey, does this town manager form of government, where you still have a board of selectmen, if we were to try that for a few years, you can always repeal it. You don't have to go through that whole charter process, and so that's kind of where I was looking at it. That's just my opinion, so.
Well, I don't look at it as, let's take a baby step, and whenever you change the form of government, I look at that as a big step, whether it's going to a town manager, and I really would like to see some study done to do it right the first time. I don't know if going to the town manager for a couple of years and then saying, okay, well, maybe we need to change the form of government again, or go back. I think it's a serious step, regardless of how you change. Whenever you change town government, that's a serious step, and it should be done with complete knowledge of what the ramifications and the changes will be.
I think the biggest component of this is really is twofold. One, the town manager has greater authority. They're the ones who supervise the department heads. And secondly, they are responsible for hiring and firing, very similar to, say, a superintendent of schools. And rather than a board of 5 managing 5 different department heads, I think you do have a little bit, greater control. So, in my opinion, to the community at large, I don't see this as a huge change in the form of government. Because to most people, I don't know that they intimately know, that we have 1-on-5 dealings with the police chief, and 1-on-5 dealings with the fire chief and DPW and our Parks and Rec director and our town administrator. I don't think they understand that. And the fact that we may migrate over to having a town manager who then supervises 4 department heads, I don't think that that's a dramatic change to the community. I just don't. Because we're still responsible for all of the other things that selectmen have to do. David, you seemed you wanted to chime in?
No, I didn't,
Oh.
but I'll add
Oh.
anyways, now that you've asked.
Yeah.
I like the arguments that Selectman Fournier and you have made, Scott. It's, and it places a responsibility on this board to be more broad scope management of the town and leaving the smaller details to the town manager. And ultimately, we're still involved, because if citizens feel that the town manager is not responsive in some situation, they're gonna present public comments to us. We're gonna turn around and look at the town manager and say, tell us more. And what are you working on that particular issue? And so there's still opportunity for this board to be involved with the minor details, but only when we really have to.
I just wanted to bring out one last point that I always look at as we go forward, is that with the different departments, you have a silo effect, and that's just natural. It's not, that's just natural. I don't care what course of business or what town, you're gonna have that silo effect, and what a manager overlooking that will do is minimize that effect, and though the departments do work good with each other, there's always that opportunity to have a little more fluidness between those departments, and you can break down that silo effect, and that's where those efficiencies are gained. And when you have a town manager, that person is responsible for all departments and how the government runs, where if I have individual department heads, and they're responsible for that one department. And that's where that silo effect comes in, and sometimes some people actually put out saying, they're just, looking out for that one department, but the other one might be working more with others. You won't have to worry about those effects going on.
And I think, is it possible to still do what you just said under our current form of government? It's possible, but it's just really much more difficult, in my opinion. And little things like, we have talked previously about, hey, are there any things that we can do in, say, DPW cemetery operations that kind of overlap with Parks and Recreation, okay? I'm not saying that's insurmountable. I mean, and I think under the current structure, we could still explore that. I just think it's so much more work and so much more challenging to accomplish that, as opposed to a town manager that would say, I think we can save some efficiencies here by, I'm not saying merging, but maybe this employee at this particular season, when they're not busy, will work with this group. Or, you know what, we're very busy in tax collection at this particular time, and I noticed that in this particular department we're slow. So rather than this, so you're able to sort of leverage your resources, a little bit better, or you're able to see the bigger picture. So, again, I'm not saying that right now we're inefficient. I don't think we're inefficient. I just think, as Selectman Fournier said, I think we could be better, and that's why I'm in favor of this. So I think it does give us a little bit more flexibility. There, obviously, the pay grade for a town manager is different than a town administrator, so there would be a budgetary consequence for this, and if it were to pass in future years, but it's something that we would have to contend with. But I think we would more than make up for that in terms of efficiencies for this, not only this board, but for the community overall. Anyone else want to be? Phil, you've expressed you're not in favor of it in the past. Do you want anything on the record at all, or?
I think the people have spoken in the past when we've had charter commissions put out.
Okay.
And again, I think part of the problem with this board is that this board does not give the assignment of one selectman to each department. And in the past, it's worked well.
And again, I mean, there's the pros and cons to that as well, and, you know, and Nick's raised that in the past, and others have as well. I think it was John Caprio before that, where when that happens, sometimes you become too much of an advocate for that department, et cetera. But my big thing is, I'm looking for more accountability and more consistency in how we do things, and having
Remember,
this
the
board.
grass is always greener on the other side of the fence.
I'm, but sometimes you gotta climb the fence to see if the grass is greener. And unless you do that, you never know.
And some of us just wanna be on the right side of the grass.
Yeah. So it appears, if I'm not mistaken, that we're a 3-2 in favor of this article. All right.
And just one comment, I don't think, I thought that the board was talking about keeping the warrant short.
Let's start by lopping this next one off.
Thank you for your observation.
16. This was, Selectman Pierce, you had made mention of this at our last meeting with regard to the noise ordinance, which was on last year's.
99% of this ordinance seemed to be very valid to go forward with. To me, there appeared to be one sentence that was perhaps unnecessary in the ordinance, and it was very controversial. I propose eliminating that one sentence and moving forward with the ordinances that, as this board wanted to change last year.
Can I just ask a question? Can we live without this going on a warrant?
I agree. I mean, if it's not broken, let's.
It provides, it's part and parcel of the previous article dealing with citations. And it allows citations to be handed out, the amount of fine.
All I can say is, I think, you know, you got 3 articles on here that I don't think should be on the warrant this year.
One we just discussed,
You
right?
got 4 collective bargaining units that might be on there, and I think that's crucial. That should take the priority, that in the budget, and that should be it.
Let's stick with 16. Phil, you're not in favor of 16. Anyone else not in favor of 16? Nick, you said you're not.
In favor of
Steve?
16. Currently have a noise ordinance, so I haven't heard a lot of complaints about it.
When this was first spoken about, so maybe you can help me just to recollect some memories here. Wasn't Carl here because there were issues with DPW in certain areas plowing? Is that what this was brought about by originally?
Sure. And that sentence that was deleted. Okay, if you have a 2-inch snowfall, you can't plow at night. Are we expected to be plowing at night if there's 2 inches of snow? It didn't meet the criteria of being 3 inches of snow.
And this was raised and it created a problem?
Would you want?
No. Was there a problem prior to this being created because of this? I mean, regarding time what time we were plowing?
I don't ever remember us not plowing because the noise ordinance plowing is exempt.
But I thought there were questions regarding that there were some complaints. And how do we handle that? Did we have to, that was my understanding with this. Were there complaints and this had to be addressed, or was it something that was moving forward?
My recollection of this last year was that this opened up like, I don't know, it seemed like a can of worms, right? Did it not? And it was mostly on this whole thing
It was a
of.
misrepresentation.
Right.
And
Right.
it dealt with trash collection.
Right, it was mostly trash collection. It's like, I don't want
Yeah.
someone picking up my trash at 6:30 in the morning, that's what right, that type of stuff.
There's nothing else in here that would
Right.
be controversial. Do you want your roads plowed? Yes. Then those trucks are gonna make a noise once in a while.
But do we need an ordinance to do that?
We have an ordinance.
Right.
Don't we have a noise ordinance currently?
Yes.
I'm just kind of, if our current processes allow for us to plow, and it is which I don't think we've had any issues with it, then why do we need another ordinance? I mean, can you explain why we would need another one?
Well, I wasn't part of all that rationale a year ago. I only read this now.
And knowing that that was a bugaboo, right? That
Know-
was a problem.
Knowing that,
Yep.
it specifically says if there's a 2-inch because the limit's 3, so there's a 2-inch snowstorm. Would a resident complain that they don't want their street plowed because the?
Well, we have
The main
we
reason
have
for
the
the-
police chief here, we might as well ask him. Sorry, chief,
Is
you're in the room, I mean,
there a problem out there?
is there a problem out there with this, with snow removal and,
Not just snow removal, it's truck sanding,
yeah,
treating the roadways.
right,
So you may not have 2 inches of snow, but you may have an inch of ice.
right,
Um,
and,
And if they're treating the roads, or a road, at an odd hour of night, we would get a complaint on that.
But aren't they currently exempt from the noise ordinance?
That was the question, an emergency vehicle, and what was described as an emergency vehicle. In my opinion, highway vehicles treating roadway for passengers
is emergency.
is an emergency vehicle.
So they're exempt.
However, if you go to the state, they would not define snowplows as emergency vehicles.
Just give them a summons according to the other article. Have code enforcement officer go down and give them a
So,
summons.
Phil, have a cookie.
So technically, when the,
You ate 'em all.
Don't give them any more sugar.
No sugar for Phil.
technically, when the state plows 114, they're in violation of our noise ordinance.
But the state
That might be
probably
a
has
revenue
Immunity.
Okay, so,
Is it a, oh,
yeah, is it I mean, do we get like a whole mess of these complaints? Okay, all right, so,
You can nod
We're
yes
good?
or no, I
We're
wasn't
good.
seeing it.
The chief jester,
I think
maybe,
we
maybe, a definite
I-
maybe.
It was a conversation.
No, we're
Thank
good.
you for examining
no,
it.
we appreciate that.
All right.
You know,
16, hit the trash.
That's out?
Done. 17,
Nick,
No, we need that.
what?
They're the
16?
reports of town officers.
No, we're keeping 17.
Oh, thought you were throwing that one.
No,
out.
no. And 18,
We need.
okay. Okay, so we're gonna go back. Remember we skipped over the revolving fund, 12? Yes, we did. Skipped over that.
Yes, we did.
So on one hand,
Is that too many articles for you, Phil, number 12?
you want a cookie, Steve?
All I can say,
I just say-
you guys want your collective bargaining, agreements and your budget to go through, realize what's on your warrant.
All right, I'm sorry, Phil.
So that's a yes. We
I'm
don't
thinking
need
yes.
There's a lot of love here.
Phil knows I love him, I just had to, couldn't resist that one.
Hey,
well, I agree with Selectman Devanzer. I had one person in town, indicate to keep the warrant as short as possible, so that when we're at the deliberative session, the conversations are on a dozen articles and not 30 articles, because it makes the deliberative sessions too long.
Now, at this time, for CIP, you've only put on 3?
Yeah,
You didn't put the road plan on?
right, well, that's another question. Do you want the road plan on? I would think yes, right?
I'm good.
Sorry, we're going the opposite direction, we're adding.
I would like it in the operating budget.
So would I, but the question is that if it were not to be successful going into the operating budget, would you want it to be
And-
something
Feel
separate?
I-
well, let me ask this question. The last time it was on the operating budget, it was voted on the warrant, it was voted to be part of the operating budget and also part of the default budget. So the question's gonna be is, well, we already voted on this, and why are we voting on this again?
Okay, good argument, Phil.
Reinstate.
I'm just
Have a-
asking.
have a cookie.
I'm just asking.
No, that's a good argument.
Make a case for putting it in the operating budget, but no separate
All
article.
right. The board has spoken.
I mean, unless you wanna put on there to reinstate it into the operating budget as removed by the budget committee.
Could we do that?
Yeah.
I think you could.
I would like that.
To reinstate this into the operating budget.
'Cause that would,
It was removed by the budget committee.
that would help out
I think you can do
when we look at it.
And then it'll also add it to next year's
Default.
Right,
default.
so do you wanna do that with all your CIP
We're
items?
gonna be reinstituting it back into the budget.
Yes,
Have another cookie.
yes, because that addresses.
They're
the
all
issue.
gone.
It's working.
That addresses
No,
that
it's- no,
issue of
it's a-
getting it
it's a-
into.
It's a really
Right.
good point.
You redeemed yourself.
I'm redeemed.
Listen, every once in a while, the squirrel finds the nut.
We're digressing.
Okay, so you gonna add that one, Sue? The Phil amendment?
The Phil amendment.
No, that's good.
The Phil article.
Sounds interesting.
That would be,
Before or
uh,
after vehicles, the whole order of this we have to
Yeah.
discuss too.
And then 12 is this whole special, the whole detail thing. Yay,
Yeah.
yay, nay, nay, I'm a nay.
And I'll waver on the other side, because I'm listening to the arguments of, we need a better financial system to track this fund.
So am I to say the board reconsidered and now it's a no?
No. Okay, so now you wanna talk about order, because order matters.
Order doesn't matter. Your operating budget should be first.
Yes,
Your collective bargaining agreements should come next.
yes.
Are you still putting in an article for non-union, or are you amending
That
the
should-
budget?
If yes, that should come next.
Right.
Right. I'm no. I'm in for putting it in the
Yeah,
budget.
but I don't think we should be discussing it now. I think we should
Right.
discuss
Saying
it towards the end of the week.
If we have one,
Okay.
if we have an article, it should be next.
Yes, I'm fair, that's fair to say.
Then
If we
reinstituting.
have an article, what?
If
It
it
should be
should be in an article form, then it
Okay.
should be next, after
Oh, okay,
collective
okay.
We're
bargaining.
gonna discuss this on Thursday?
Thursday.
Here, 6 o'clock?
We'll figure that out in a
Okay.
second.
Good time.
No, I just wanna.
So now let's talk about the order of the others. So the first would be 7, which we have right now, is the fire engine.
Yes.
8 right now is the solid waste vehicle.
Mhm.
Yep.
9 would be the police cruisers,
Yes.
and I would assume,
Should be
10
road plan.
should be
10.
the road plan,
okay,
Is that the way it's going?
for
If,
now.
this is just the order if they became articles.
Right.
Could we, let's say if I just wanna make a recommendation, if I change, would it be, if the board would accept, I'd like to see Article 9 be Article 7.
9 right now is
Cruisers?
cruisers, and you'd want that to be ahead of,
Ahead of the fire truck.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just like to see it that way.
I would to see.
There's merit in that. It's the lowest of the three.
It's the lowest dollar figure, I agree, yeah.
Maybe it should be in alphabetical order. Fire, police, and DPW.
No, actually-
Numerical,
I would like to see,
Dollar
I would like to
amount.
see both police and fire
Yeah.
arm wrestle to see which one.
No, I don't wanna see that.
Okay, what was your suggestion, Steve, putting the cruisers as Article 7?
I'm just, well, it's up to the board, but I'd rather see
There's
9
two-
than 7.
There's 2 yeses for that.
Okay.
Fine, I
Just
don't
a-
think it's that big of a deal. I mean,
Then,
does it matter?
Then leave it the way it is.
What?
Then leave it
You
the
gotta
way
let
it is.
him win one thing in his
It's not
life.
about winning, I just,
It's been a perennial loser.
What's your rationale?
our rationale is that when you start getting into the vehicles and after the first big one goes or the second big one goes, also, I think there's a point where people look at it and say, you know, I think I've gone enough in the dollar figure volume.
So if that's the case, you wanna put Main Street before that?
Main Street always passes.
Maybe not. You don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
If I may.
Yeah.
But then if I look at these, I've got a fire truck, which
It's
I think,
offsetting
I think
revenue.
the cruisers we need, but the fallback is if they don't get them this year.
Right.
We get them at 100, they have more mileage. We have a vehicle that's out of
Out
service.
of service, completely out of
Don't have
service.
it.
Yeah. And we
So
have a, and we have a
if truly,
garbage
if you're
truck
saying that
that's
people
like-
may pick the first and not go on
Yeah.
and pick the others, I wanna see the fire truck there.
I'm thinking that if, and, well, let me rephrase it then. I'm thinking that I think when people look at police cruisers, they'll say yes, and I think then you go to the fire vehicle. I don't think they're looking I mean, I think they both have a better chance that way, is where I'm at. In that rotation. That's just my opinion, that's all. I think when you see the,
Phil, where do you stand?
No, I think Steve's got a good point.
Nick, you got outvoted. Okay, next. You were asking me to try to keep the meeting moving.
I hear.
There's a big Monday Night Football game on or something. Okay.
9 will become article.
All right.
Main
Now what
Street.
else? Main,
So,
Could it be
the
8?
cruises are now,
Cruiser 7, fire 8, DPW 9?
yeah, that's fine.
We'll compromise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that because you're the liaison to the fire department?
Absolutely not.
Advocating for the,
No, I'm just trying to
Wow.
put logic to this.
sorry, chief.
sometimes logic, it just doesn't
Fly, but
fly.
Anything else?
yeah, this way, this
Okay.
DPW is supposed to
I'm
stay
trying to do
together.
this as we talk.
The truck and the.
Okay.
So
So, let-
you're good through Article 10?
We're good. Sue's got it all under control.
Oh, where am
Steve,
I?
you can catch up with her tomorrow.
See
So
Sue.
Thursday, 6 PM, we will go through, we'll meet here, and we'll go through the items that were cut by the budget committee. We've already outlined a few that we were okay, like the fire hydrant one, we were okay with. There's a couple that we were, the body on the, we have to discuss whether there was enough money in those lines, so maybe you can talk to Carl a little bit about that too. It was clearly, I think that they took last year's expenditure, and then they added a $40,000 body. So what else is he anticipating that was gonna be there? So we'll go through that. I will, if it's okay with the board, I'll give Dan Cloutier a call tomorrow, just to let him know what we're doing, so that there's no surprises there. You know, that the budget committee chair, he can send that out, letting them know what we're doing. And then we'll just need some, by Thursday, we're gonna need some updated bottom line on
Numbers.
the numbers. We're gonna need a bottom line on the tax rate.
Yep.
So the revenue piece, yeah.
Are we, how about collective bargaining
I was gonna say,
agreements?
Right.
When do we do?
Do we,
Do we do public votes on those? What do we?
Yeah, the discussion would be, I think
outside of
that-
the public
yeah.
realm?
but I think you're ready to vote on 2 right now.
Yeah.
And the MOUs that go with them.
Will we take them as they come in then? So that means we'll be doing 2 on Thursday, or?
I would do 2 now, because if,
Have there been any?
As they come
things-
in then, correct.
I'd like
right,
to do
I
2
have,
now.
I have sent you the red line of 2, the Teamsters
Right,
Right.
and the patrolmen.
right,
Those are ready to be voted on, because they have already ratified those.
okay.
And
We
the
were
MOUs.
ready to vote
Yes,
in
we
the
were.
last session.
Right, and we put-
delayed it tonight.
Well,
so
no,
let's
I wanted to.
do it
I
tonight.
did it because I wanted to make sure we had every selectman here, everybody had a chance to,
Yep.
review everything, and
And we had a discussion, but nothing's changed since our
Nope.
discussion.
No.
Okay.
no changes.
We need to formally let
Okay.
side of the
So I'll
bargaining
entertain a
unit.
motion, the first would be to, I guess they would be ratify,
Or
or to, well, right, well, if you say it's a
Vote
motion to ratify,
The tentative
to
agreement.
approve the tentative
To
agreement.
go forward to town meeting.
Right. Okay, so you wanna start with DPW first? We'll do that one. Is there a motion to, approve the tentative agreement,
With
or to
DPW.
not approve the tentative
Teamsters,
agreement?
yeah.
It depends.
Teamsters.
Who's making the motion?
I'll let the liaison make the motion.
The motion is not to ratify the present agreement that's before the board,
Not to ratify?
not to ratify.
Okay, is there a
Yeah.
second?
And the
Second.
Okay, it's seconded by Selectman Campusano. We really can't get into specifics, correct?
Right.
So, there will be no discussion. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against? All those abstaining? So it's a unanimous? I didn't hear I got your
Aye.
vote. I got yours. I didn't see yours, Phil.
I guess I had a question, but there's no discussion on it, so. This is,
Without any disclosure, we had two issues that we were not happy with. If that jogs your memory. And those were, we want to send a strong signal back to the Teamsters that those are two issues that we want definitely them to agree with our position.
All right. Do you want to state your vote, or, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I gotta.
Tally a vote.
Need to tally a vote.
yeah, no, I know, I just was trying to remember what the two items
I'm gonna write it down, And just for those of you maybe
Yeah, all right,
watching
all right.
on television, where the board and many of the selectmen are working on 4 bargaining units, and there are many issues in each one of these contracts, which some of them overlap, some of them don't, so it doesn't surprise me that it might slip someone's mind that there's a couple of issues, because we've had many issues on many of these contracts, so are you okay now with what those are? Okay, and your vote?
Oh, I voted for you guys.
Okay, it's a 5-0, it's unanimous.
And what about on the memorandum of understanding?
Okay, and then there's a memorandum of understanding. Now, is that something that is that's a public document? Right? So that is outside of any negotiation, so that can be discussed. So I think for the purpose of disclosure, there is a memorandum of understanding from the Teamsters Union and the Board of Selectmen, which is outside of the current bargaining unit agreement, which would provide for the Teamsters members to take part in a different health insurance plan, which has a net savings to the community. Part of that memorandum of understanding is that whatever cost savings there would be in the first year would be reimbursed to those members. But in subsequent years, the cost savings would be shared by the community. Is that fair to say?
And there was another factor in that the participation in this health plan is effective first immediately,
Okay.
rather than waiting for after the election.
All right, did I disclose enough in terms of what this is all about?
So the health plan, there's a savings in the health plan.
Because there is a change to a different health plan, there is a net savings, net cost savings. In this memorandum of understanding, the union membership will realize that cost savings in the first year, meaning that they will see that savings. However, in all subsequent years after the first year, that savings is given to the community.
So as a town, as there is a savings, and there's no cost to them in any of these years,
You need to can you rephrase your question?
the savings found has no cost to them regarding their health plan, correct?
Well, they will have higher copays.
They will have
Higher copay, okay, that's what you, I
Yes.
don't know. All right.
So not only is there a premium decrease from their current plan, but they will also have some cost sharing with regard to higher
That was
copays, et
just the
cetera.
part I wanted
Right.
to-
Yep.
I didn't
No,
think-
I
I didn't think it was explained up,
Right.
well, that's all, okay.
Well, that's why I'm glad that you stated that. So, okay, so I need a vote or a motion on allowing the chair to sign the memorandum of understanding with the Teamsters Union with regard to health insurance.
I've set it up for signature by all.
Okay, by all, okay.
There's 2 copies.
Do I have
there.
a motion to proceed in that direction?
So moved. that
I'll second
motion.
it then. Any other discussions? Okay, all those in favor of executing the memorandum of understanding with the Teamsters Union, say aye.
Aye.
And that is unanimous? That's 5-0. All right. We also have another memorandum of understanding.
You also have another contract.
Another contract. So we'll do it in order. We'll do the contract first.
This is for patrolmen.
This is for the, police patrolman. Phil, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we accept the
Tentative agreement?
tentative agreement with the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association.
Okay, is there a second? Anyone? I'll second it. Again, can't really discuss, the details, although actually, once we take a vote, then we can discuss some of the particulars. Sue, I mean, I've never been on, I've been on the Board of Selectmen while we've done this before. Is there on the ratification, if we do ratify a contract, is that something that that Phil can speak to what the changes are
Yeah,
prior to taking the vote?
I'd say, prior to no.
After?
After, right.
Okay.
I have a question, till we're done all of them, would we?
Right, I wouldn't disclose until you're
Right,
done all of
right.
them,
Okay.
you know,
No,
deadline.
no.
I mean, I was just
Okay.
kinda,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table to proceed with ratifying the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association,
Tentative agreement.
tentative agreement. So it's been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those nay.
Nay.
Okay, that's 4-1. All right,
And
now we
MOU.
also have another memorandum of understanding with the same bargaining unit, the Patrolmen's group, and that is same as the one that we just mentioned with regard to the Teamsters Union. And again, in exchange for the cost savings from switching health insurance plans, which would result in some additional co-pays and costs, the first year savings will be provided to the patrolmen, and all future years, those savings will be recouped by the citizens, the community. So without further ado, all those in favor of executing the memorandum of understanding regarding Article 8 insurance with the Patrolmen's Association signify by saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Okay. Our deadline for the two other bargaining units is approaching.
Yes.
It will be by next, the absolute deadline is next Tuesday.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
3.
What?
3, because we just refused one.
Right, correct, right. So, the absolute deadline to reach an agreement
It's Tuesday.
is Tuesday with the remaining 3, technically. I mean, I don't know what will,
Oh, yeah.
Teamsters.
Yep,
it's
yep, yep.
possible, I mean.
Okay, that's
I
what
assume
I was wondering
you're
when we
gonna-
were getting 3 also, okay.
You're gonna call a meeting with the Teamsters?
I have, yes.
Alright. So, so that being said, Thursday, we may know more from these 3, potentially. But our absolute, I need to, or maybe you can communicate with Dan, so they're definitely gonna have 1.
Yes.
We just made that happen tonight. So they need to, when you say we wanna, we still have 3 that are pending right now. Technically, we voted to ratify that. The budget committee says, hey, we want a copy of that contract.
Tuesday.
We say we'll give it to
Yeah,
you
let's
on.
do-
When it's
do
due.
on
when it's
Tuesday,
due.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Dan, would you be able to let Dan know that he needs to call a meeting for Tuesday night, next Tuesday night?
Well, he's expecting to do it at the public hearing Wednesday.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll meet again at 6 o'clock on Thursday, and be prepared to go through the lines where the budget committee made cuts to determine whether or not the board is in agreement or disagreement, and if so, is there any compromise where you wanna, if they cut $1,000, do you wanna go to 500? Think about all those things, and we'll go through those line by line. All right, I think everything else we've kind of done.
I could get those MOUs back,
Okay.
that would be great.
Is there any non-public business
We just have two
or
portions.
public business?
Quick, just an update on Elva Drive. Is anything happening, the last snowstorm, is that something they took care of themselves?
They must have, we didn't, because we didn't enter into an agreement.
I was up there 2 weeks ago, and the storm drains had not been
Right,
lowered.
I understand, nothing's been done, so I just
No.
wanna confirm that we're not,
Plowed is what you're
so
asking.
we're not plowing,
No,
we're doing that.
we shouldn't be. I will
Yes,
double check, I
continue,
mean.
sorry.
We didn't enter into
In
an agreement.
today's, in our FYI file, there was some information from Public Service, and one of the brochures discussed a program where they will put timers on streetlights.
They'll go out at
They
midnight.
go out at midnight, they'll go
Yes.
on at dusk and out at midnight at as a cost savings.
Yes.
Is that something we are investigating?
Yes, I sent it over to the police chief, and I also sent it over to DPW. Yes, what was, I'm trying to recall.
Certain areas I would have concerns with.
Right, the
heavily
More-
residential areas, or strictly residential, I would have a problem.
But it's something we're investigating?
Yes, we are. Actually, the cost savings, I'm understanding, isn't that great, so we are trying to get numbers on that. And I guess the real cost savings is when they come out with LED streetlights. Then you'll see a savings. They only have the,
But if the light was off half the night, there wouldn't be a cost savings?
when I asked the customer service rep who stopped by with those brochures last week, when I asked her about it, she says it wasn't a significant savings, so I'm trying to get definition of significant.
But they do, there's no cost to us to put the timers.
Right.
So any savings is a savings, I would assume, if there's, if they're in locations that aren't gonna compromise.
There's usually, a recoup period. I'm not sure those are free when they put them on. So there's a time period that you recoup the cost of that. Like whenever they do a lighting retrofit, you pay the cost, but it's in reduced rates or something in the bill.
Okay, is there any other new business that anybody wants to discuss, or old for that matter? All right, I just want to keep a couple of things on the radar, is that we did have we had a public hearing on parks and recreation fees. They heard that, and I just want to make sure that we kind of hold them responsible for coming back to us with their final recommendation. So, that was one. I do want people to know that as of now, we are in our 250th anniversary year, and I know we're gonna, hopefully, we'll have another meeting scheduled relatively quickly. Bill Connor and is working with the fire chief, so I need to get that ordinance from you guys. What? The police? Why are you pointing?
Police are reviewing right now.
The police are reviewing it, so we'll get that squared away. But, you'll be hearing a little bit more from that. We do have some activities planned, in the, in the weeks ahead. And as we're doing that, if, I know that there's been discussions with Bill in terms of where these things are gonna be fired off from, and some other things, and parades, and, that'll get worked out over the next couple of months. But, anything else that anybody wants to bring up? Okay, again, as a reminder, we'll meet again on Thursday at 6 o'clock here. We'll have another meeting our regularly scheduled meeting on Monday. On Wednesday, there will be a public hearing for both the school and the town budgets. I think that starts at 7 o'clock at the Heber Auditorium at Goffstown High School. And that's an opportunity for anyone in the public, whether the Budget Committee will present their budget for both the school and the town. They'll explain their rationale for coming up with those, and then it would be the opportunity for the community members to voice their opinion on that budget, to give the Budget Committee feedback. So then following that, the Budget Committee will vote the following week at their regularly scheduled meeting to put forth both a town budget number and a school budget number. And then those two numbers then go to the deliberative sessions, which will occur in February. February 5th, which is for the school, and I'm not sure what time that is. It's a Saturday. I think they're just gonna start at 11 o'clock, I think. I'll get more information on that. The town's deliberative session is on February 7th. That's at 7 o'clock at the Heber Auditorium. So,
The Heber Auditorium or the gym?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, that'll probably be at the gym.
The deliberative session.
The deliberative sessions are at the gym, right, I apologize, so,
We were able to get it this year.
yeah. All right, I think we're good, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And seconded by Nick, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're good.